has made.
Usually that would.
It's a 1.
This March 14th, 2012 City Commission meeting will come to order. Madam City Manager.
Will you please stand and join me in the invocation? Gracious God, thank you for the hint of spring in the air and the ability to take in the beauty of our community that comes with fresh blossoms and new beginnings. We give thanks for the privilege to serve. Grant us the wisdom to lead with boldness and to serve with the best interest always at heart for all of our citizens. In your name we pray.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Madam City Manager, are there any agenda modifications?
We do have a couple of modifications, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 additions to tonight's agenda.
Please, sir.
We have item number 5.7, which is a presentation of Health by the Numbers Community Initiative added by Mayor Marks, and item number 13.9, litigation update, Jackson versus the city, added by Jim English, City Attorney. We also have 2 changes to today's agenda order. Item number 5.2 will be heard at the end of presentations, just so that we have a good segue.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Item number 5.2 will be heard at the end of presentations. That's the presentation by KCCI.
Oh, you want that last?
Yes, and we have an action item associated with that, so that segues into that action item a little bit better. And item number 13.9 will be heard following 13.1.
Okay, 13.9 after 13.1?
Yes.
All right, great. Okay, I think we are on presentations at this point. Thank you. Well, we have a few presentations, and a couple of these I don't need to be up here, but first of all, we have a presentation of a resolution recognizing the Hernando de Soto Winter Encampment of 1539 in Tallahassee as the site of America's first Christmas. Bert Pope, would you come and do us the honor, sir?
Sure. Thank you. Well, it was in 1539 when Hernando de Soto landed in Tampa Bay. He worked his way up with his men and horses and came to settle in Tallahassee in the early months before the Christmas season. Now, he spent 3 or 4 months here before he started his launch northward. And it was discovered in 1988, just off of Lafayette Street. And don't be embarrassed if you don't know the site, because most everybody doesn't. And it's right off of Lafayette Street between Myers Park, or Cascades Park, and the Moon. And it's a little inlet right there where there's a brick entryway and 2 big office buildings that were built right there. Now, it was Mad Dog Construction that was doing the construction at the time, and they found these different artifacts, and they called in the archaeologist from Florida, and they came and discovered over 2,000 artifacts there that linked Hernando de Soto to this site, and it was amazing to have that kind of discovery of that site. We have also linked him to having 3 different priests with him on this, and he also had a full communion set. And recently, the Senate of Florida adopted a resolution for the city of Tallahassee to be acknowledged as the first place where America where Christmas was observed in America, what present-day America is. And it's just an exciting thing for the Senate to recognize this. The House is following next year with a resolution that's going to be adopted in recognition of America's first Christmas right here on this site. We also, I'm working on getting a postage stamp with the U.S. Postal Service, acknowledging America's first Christmas in Tallahassee, Florida in 1539. I already have one senator, U.S. senator, and 3 congressmen, and the mayor was nice enough to send a letter, as well as several other leaders that we've had. So hopefully we might be lucky enough to get a U.S. postage commemorative stamp with the U.S. Postal Service. It's all in acknowledgement to hopefully get the site more awareness. This is an incredible hook for Tallahassee. I mean, tourism, to be able to have something linking off of I-10 to say, hey, America's first Christmas, come and check us out, spend a couple of 20s, huh? Come and check us out. So that's the reason that I'm doing it. That's the reason I'm drumming it up. And I'm going to keep on pounding the pavement to make everybody aware and hopefully get the site redeveloped into what will be tourist friendly, so we can get visit Tallahassee and visit Florida, beating the drums about this wonderful site too.
I just wish you'd be a little bit more enthusiastic about what's going on. You know, and the good news is, really, Bert, you should have mentioned this. It's about maybe 2 blocks from Cascade. About 2 blocks from Cascade Park. So if we can find a way to get that connection, and we're going to have a presentation later on, and maybe they can help get that connection between this particular site and Cascades Park. Okay? All right. Thank you. Well, now, this is a fun one. But Ken Armstrong, please join me at the podium. It's kind of fun. It's one of those, you know, it is a pleasure and an honor for me and this commission and this city to recognize Ken Armstrong for the magnificent work that he has done in this community as president of the United Way of the Big Bend for the last 16 years. Ken has attained many accomplishments while leader of the local United Way. From the establishment of the Best Project and Whole Child Leon to Get Downtown Get Downs. Yeah, everybody likes those. That was good. That was a good one, Ken.
That's a fun one.
Yeah. Unforgettable campaign kickoffs, and I have to say I was a part of one of those wonderful campaign kickoffs. My wife and I, we shared the 2000 campaign, and I tell you what, it was really, truly a wonderful, wonderful experience to get involved with the United Way in that manner. And but for Ken, I don't know what I would have done. Of course, he was the leader. He showed us what to do and how to do it. And we raised a little bit of money during that period of time. So it was really great. And though this is bittersweet, we are happy for Ken because he has an incredible opportunity in the private sector that he is going to pursue. And we are so grateful for the many years he has dedicated to our community through his work with the United Way of the Big Bend. So Ken, on behalf of the City of Tallahassee, I present to you this proclamation to signify our appreciation for the tireless work you have done and rendered to the citizens of Tallahassee. And it reads as follows. Whereas Kenneth S. Armstrong first moved to the City of Tallahassee in 1996 to become president of the United Way of the Big Bend and has served in that role for 16 years. And whereas under the leadership of Kenneth S. Armstrong, the United Way of the Big Bend has raised over $86.5 million in contributions to fund services for those struggling in our community. Whereas through the vision and the leadership of Kenneth Armstrong, the United Way of the Big Bend has established 2 strategic initiatives, the Best Project and Whole Child Leon, to address financial stability and early childhood success. Whereas Kenneth S. Armstrong is a graduate of the Leadership Class Tallahassee 14, founding member of Choose Tallahassee, and past board member of such organizations as the Community Neighborhood Renaissance Partnership, Early Learning Coalition of the Big Bend Region, Homeward Bound, Leon County Juvenile Justice Council, Palmer Monroe Teen Center, Project 2000, Rotary Club of Tallahassee, and Workforce Plus. And I might add, I asked him to be on a lot of those too, and he has always been accommodating. Whereas Kenneth Armstrong has received recognition with such awards as the Leadership Pacesetter Award from the Leadership Tallahassee in 1999 and the Bud Bell Champion of Children Award in 2005. Now, therefore, I, John R. Marks, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby honor Kenneth S. Armstrong, Jr., for his many years of service in the United Way of the Big Bend and our Tallahassee community. I urge all citizens in our community to join the entire city in commending Kenneth Armstrong for his service, leadership, achievements, and his continued commitment to the betterment of our city. Ken, thank you so very much.
We prefer to think of people who participated in kickoffs with us for campaign, John, not as participants, but as victims. Well, I moved here thinking I would probably be here for 3 or 4 years. I was relatively newly aware of and involved with this thing called United Way that I knew a little bit about, having worked in Dallas for 3 years. And I frequently talked to Anita about the fact that she was on the search committee and the board. But I thought, having discovered this, that I would be here for 3 or 4 years and then find another larger, more interesting, more cosmopolitan, more exciting place to live and pursue my United Way career. And lo and behold, I fell in love with the place. You can't be in a conversation with half a dozen people anywhere in town and not have somebody say the same thing. Well, I came here for what I thought would be a few years. I'm typical. I'm just like so many of the other folks in town who have fallen in love with this place, married a Quincy girl, and just couldn't possibly leave here. And the only reason after 16 years that I left United Way was that there was another opportunity that would, I felt, give me the opportunity to do something more for our community than perhaps I could do by staying a few more years at United Way. So this means a lot to me. I've told people that it is the folks that have worked alongside me, and this is not, United Way is not a one-man band, just the way a community is not a one-man or one-woman place. This is a group thing that we do to make the quality of life here what keeps us here. And I love having been able to serve you and work with you, and I love you guys. Thank you very, very much.
You know, there are many things that make our community what it is today, and the wonderful place it is for all of us to be here. I mean, we've got the universities, of course, and we've got local government, we've got county government, and we've got the faith-based communities, and we've got all of those things. But it really is the people in this community that really makes it what it is. And we have some wonderful, wonderful citizens here who really believe in this city. But we would not reach this level of what we want if we didn't have individuals who are willing to take care of those who are in need. And we cherish ourselves, we pride ourselves in the ability to do that. And I don't think we could have done the job we have done. I think we've done a pretty good job. We couldn't have done the job that we have done without Ken and the United Way. So I want to, just a special thanks for what you've done for the behalf of making this city what it is today. Thanks, Ken. This is a good one too. Will Coach Jesse Forbes and our own very own Linda Brumfords with the City of Tallahassee Utilities please come and join me at the podium. You know, we have wonderful schools, and we have wonderful athletic teams, and this is an opportunity to do that, to recognize this wonderful man. Coach Forbes, is an honor. It is an honor and a privilege to present this proclamation to you on behalf of the City of Tallahassee. Your talent has been recognized by many, but most importantly, you have continued to be a proven leader and role model for the youth in this community that participate in track and field. It is my hope that as you continue, your talent and leadership inspire others to strive for overall greatness. So let me present this proclamation to you. Whereas the Godby High School Cougars track team is coached by head coach Jesse Forbes and assisted by Chevron Screen, Darius Jones, and Lorenzo Wilson. And whereas Coach Jesse Forbes is a graduate of Florida State University, where he participated in football and track and was a world-class sprinter. Whereas he began his coaching career at Godby High School in 1978, and for 34 years has mentored hundreds of students. Whereas Coach Jesse Forbes is well respected by his peers at Godby High and by coaches throughout Leon County and the state. And whereas Jesse Forbes has been awarded many honors during his 34 years, none more meaningful than his 3 state track championships, 2008, 2010, and 2011. And whereas Coach Jesse Forbes was inducted into the Leon High School Hall of Fame, Florida State University Hall of Fame, Florida Track Coaches Hall of Fame, wow, Football Hall of Fame? No, no. And this year, Florida Athletic Coaches Association Hall of Fame. Whereas in 2011, he received the Florida Athletic Coaches Association Life Membership Award for his outstanding contribution to high school athletics and coaching and the coaching profession. And whereas Coach Jesse Forbes was born on March 10, 1954 in Tallahassee, Florida, he attended Leon High School, Florida State University, and coaches at Godby High School. He is married to Linda Grimm Forbes and is the father of Marcus D. Forbes, Jessica D. Forbes, and Jesselyn D. Forbes. Whereas in 2005, the assistant coaches deemed Coach Jesse Forbes worthy of the honor of having an invitational track meet named after him, created the Jesse Forbes Invitational Track Meet, and it has become an annual event. Now, therefore, I, John R. Marks, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby honor head coach of the Godby High School track team, Coach Jesse Forbes, and ask all of the citizens to join me in recognizing and congratulating him for his many accomplishments and dedicated service to the Godby High School track team. Coach Forbes.
I just want to say, I always preach to the kids about academics first, being a role model as you get older. And it's a challenge today when you have young kids. And I brag about Godby all the time because I love my job. Even though it's been 34 years, I've been at Godby, but I think I can put at least another 30 in, but knowing I can't. But I couldn't do it without my assistant coaches. You know, stand up, Mr. Jones. I do have some of my track team members are here, so please stand, guys. We have one of our assistant principals here. Could you please stand, Ben? And I also have my family members. I'll be brief. It's a blessing, and I think this man above put me in a place to where I can touch kids' lives, and I brag about it all the time. And what keeps me going, and I tell people all the time, it doesn't matter, as the kids go out in the real world, 10 or 15 years, they come back and say, wow, Coach, you made a difference in my life. And we all know that because somebody in here had a young man or a lady say the same thing to you. But I think I was just blessed to be put in a place to where I can react with kids, and I love my job, and I love to react with kids and make a difference in their life. We also need support, so please support the Jesse Forbes Invitation to Track Meet. Thank you all, and y'all have a great day.
That is what I mean by our citizens in this community and what makes it the kind of community, the Jesse Forbes. And we have a lot of Jesse Forbes in our community doing a lot of strong things on behalf of the youth in this community. Thank you again, Jesse. Will Rob Renzi, Director of Big Bend Cares Incorporated and Big Bend, and members of the Board of Directors, please join me at the podium. We know this guy. For the past 25 years, Big Bend Cares has been serving the people of the Big Bend area region through HIV and AIDS awareness, providing testing and care to those in this community that need it most. It is an honor that on behalf of the City of Tallahassee, we present this proclamation to you, signifying your diligent work and leadership in this community. And that proclamation reads, whereas Big Bend Cares, Inc. was founded in Tallahassee in 1987 to provide prevention, education, services, and support to those affected with HIV/AIDS throughout the 8-county Big Bend region. Whereas in its 25 years of service, Big Bend Cares, Inc. has directly affected the lives of many thousands of local residents by providing care, management, services to the steadily increasing number of clients, and by providing testing, education, and preventive services throughout the community. Whereas Big Bend Cares, Inc. has been a United Way of the Big Bend Agency since October 1st, 1999. And whereas Big Bend Cares, Inc. manages the services provided to clients under Ryan White Part B HOPWA Social Network Strategies, AIDS Drug Assistance Program, AIDS Insurance Continuation Program, and Patient AIDS Care. And whereas Big Bend Cares depends on the financial support of local agencies and individuals to supplement these administered funds and ensure a stable base of support for clients. And whereas enthusiastic volunteers contribute hundreds of hours of their time every year to enable Big Bend Cares, Inc. to better serve its clients and the general public. Whereas the City of Tallahassee recognizes Big Bend Cares, Inc. as an example of the way private nonprofit initiatives can make a dramatic contribution to our quality of life. Whereas the City of Tallahassee wishes to commend Big Bend Cares, Inc. for its 25 years of contribution to the well-being of the Big Bend area. Now, therefore, I, John R. Marsh III, by the power vested in me and as Mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby proclaim February 2012 as Big Bend Cares HIV/AIDS Awareness Month in the City of Tallahassee, and I urge all citizens to join me in showing appreciation for the work, education, and screening provided by Big Bend Cares. Thank you all so very, very much.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor. Kind of continuing a theme here, representing the board and speaking on behalf of our staff, but really what this is a tribute to the generosity of this community, to our volunteers, to our amazing contributors and sponsors. Without them, we would not be able to do what little we can, whatever we can to improve the quality of life here. So again, Mayor, thank you very much.
Okay. Another great example of this community and the people that really enjoy it. Now, this is a presentation that will help us as well in this community and do a lot of good for this community. I want to first thank Commissioner Nancy Miller for championing this effort and bringing it to our attention. And it's really something that we could really showcase in our community, and it's going to have a visual impact when we do it, right? All right, I want to invite Kim Ross, president of Rethink Energy Florida. Would you join me at the podium and tell them about what we're talking about, Earth Hour, all right? Go ahead.
Sure. Earth Hour was started about 5 years ago in 2007 in Sydney, Australia. This is an event that happens worldwide on an annual basis. And this year, it's March 31st from 8:30 to 9:30. Many of you are like me, and you'll remember it because you were on Facebook, sitting there on Facebook, and suddenly everybody said, quick, turn out your lights, turn out your lights. And that was Earth Hour. Earth Hour is when we all darken our lights, we all shut down all non-essential lights for an hour to represent that we care about this community and that we care about this earth and that we will do our part to continue the life of the earth and, and our comfort level on the earth. So this year we got ahead of the game a little bit, and Rethink Energy Florida decided to push this in the state. And you can't think about energy and energy reduction and caring for the environment and not think of our hometown, Tallahassee. And so the City Commission was the first place that I went to say, hey, can we do this as a city? And sure enough, here we are today. And so I want to thank everybody for deciding to take this on. And I'd like to encourage everybody to pledge to turn out your lights from 8:30 to 9:30, March 31st, and then also to take a pledge to take a step beyond that. For some of us, it's continuing to remind our kids or to remind ourselves to turn out our lights. For some of us, it's riding our bikes and doing other alternative modes of transportation, but pledging beyond that, that 1 hour to care for our earth. And also on our pledge that we have online, it's also encouraging us to eat locally, eat and buy food that's grown and or produced here locally. So one more thing, and that is just that we'll be doing an event at Lake Ella that night. A lot of people say, okay, I'm going to turn on my lights, I'm going to leave on my TV, or I'm going to leave, yeah, on my Game Boy, right? My son will be in that part that wants to leave on his Game Boy. But no, we'll be at Lake Ella, and we'll be doing a lot of things that don't involve energy. We'll be doing some jams, so bring your musical instruments, some family-friendly activities. Someone threw out the game charades there. So my suggestion is to come to Lake Ella. We'll have candles. We'll blow them out at 8:30, and we'll have a good time in a family-friendly community atmosphere.
Well, let me say this. There is a proclamation, but I think you covered everything in the proclamation. Mm-hmm. And so rather than be redundant, we want to tell you thank you, and I would encourage all of our citizens on that date, March 31st, 8:30 to 9:30 p.m., to be a part of this effort. And I'm sure there's going to be some more publicity and about that. And standing behind me and with our staff people who are involved in this, and they very much encourage, and they are working diligently to do these kinds of things in our community. So let's get together. Let's do it. March 31st, 8:30 to 9:30. Let's turn out the lights for 1 hour, except at the jail. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. The proclamation is here. Thank you very much. Will Lynn Harvey, TMH and Premier Fitness, Courtney Atkins, Whole Child Leon, and Sheila Costigan, and anybody else involved in this community effort. Everybody's involved, but whoever's involved, and I'm going to let them tell you what is happening, because this has truly been one wonderful community effort, and you all are going to like this. You're on.
Good afternoon. I'm Lynn Harvey. I was going to get everybody up and kind of run in place, but Mayor Mark said that actually wasn't a good idea. So maybe y'all can just kind of think about it while I'm giving this presentation. It's truly an honor for us to be here today. As a long-time, born in Tallahassee, and a long-time person who's been here forever, I'm really excited to see this healthy initiative come forward. With me, I have some of our committee members with us. Courtney Atkins, Executive Director from Whole Child Leon, Sheila Costigan, Executive Director for the Foundation for Leon County Schools. On behalf of the rest of the whole committee, Health by the Numbers, I'd like to thank the City Commissioners for this opportunity today to present 95210, a healthy community initiative. And I want to underline community. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize a few people today. Mayor Marks, his Chief of Staff, Rick Miner, Administrative Aide, Melissa Ingram, for all their leadership and hard work in this initiative. What is 95210, Health by the Numbers? If I can have slide 2. You're it. They've got to do it up there. It's not up there. We have another. Oh, sorry. I thought we were full service here, so. Sorry. No, we're not. Okay.
It's some budget cuts left.
Some cutbacks, Mayor. So sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry. as everybody can read, and I'm going to read right with you, it's a community-wide initiative that we talked about to increase the awareness about the benefits of making healthy choices. Jesse Forbes is already gone, but he was a classmate of mine, and not only was he a great classmate, we both talked about fitness. I've been in that world forever. Not only was he a great classmate, teammate at Leon High and Florida State, good player, but he was a great person. And so we need more people like that. And so Jesse will fit in well with us in this initiative. One of the big things we've already put together, thanks to the mayor, Rick Miner, and Melissa and everybody, is we have a website out there, and everybody can see it. It is www.healthbythenumbers.us or us. Will be launched to provide a one-stop resource for Tallahassee residents. Really, the key points are information on healthy choices that benefit individuals and their families. Number 2, local experts and resources which can help. And then number 3, a calendar featuring local health and wellness events. All the 5K runs, the different wellness seminars, family activities, events for the seniors. Already we have a number of well-known businesses and organizations on board in the community. I'd also recognize one of our committee members, Warren Jones from Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, who I have to say nice things about because he is my boss. I'll say him anyway. He's here representing TMH, and as I've already mentioned, Whole Child Foundation for Leon County Schools and a number of others. I will close before I introduce our next committee member with saying, as a longtime Tallahassee person, I have not seen our health numbers get better over the years. I've gradually seen them get worse. And so I believe this initiative will wholly help, and we want to reach out to the entire community. So again, I thank you, I appreciate it, and I'm going to introduce Courtney, and she's going to explain 95210. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. Before I talk about the 95210 and what the tenets stand for, I think I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge the Community Health Action Response Team, CHART. They've been meeting for more than 2 years and represent all sectors of our community. We also need to acknowledge CHART for bringing the First Lady's Let's Move initiative to the attention of the mayor and the city of Tallahassee. And this health and wellness initiative, it's a simple, clear message. It's best practice. It's nothing that we invented. CHART did bring it to our attention. The tenets, 9 stands for 9 hours of sleep a day. And 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day is the 5. 2 hours, this is what's tough for lots of you here in this room, 2 hours or less of leisure screen time. 1 hour of physical activity every day. That doesn't mean you have to go to Premier and work out with Lynn. It's just being active. And then 0 sugary drinks and tobacco exposure. Now, Tallahassee has put their own special spin. There are other communities that are practicing 5210, but we are the only community that we know of in the nation that has taken the 9 and the 0. So that has incorporated sleep and the tobacco exposure. So we're really proud of that. And I really wanted to talk a little bit about just the efficacy of this initiative. At Whole Child Leon, we focus on children 0 to 5, our youngest. We know that 48% of our 5th graders here in Leon County are overweight or obese. 48%, it's huge. So at Whole Child Leon, through my involvement with CHART, we thought, how can we address this earlier with the little ones? So about 8 months ago, we implemented a pilot in our early learning centers and all our Leon County School pre-K classrooms. This 95210 message. We gave teachers and parents information and activities that they could use in the classroom to help empower the students and the families to take on this initiative. We love it because the simple, clear message is it goes from top down and bottom up. Children go home and say, but Mom, I'm not supposed to have sugary beverages. And we see how that's worked. This is measurable. We have been collecting data and analyzing it, and we see that we've changed cultures in these centers and health habits in the families. We have all kinds of wonderful stories about what's been happening. So it's really just been a wonderful experience, and we had no idea how easy the message was to catch on, and this whole initiative's been great. Before I turn it over to Sheila, I do want to say that the Let's Move initiative emphasizes policy change, and Sheila's going to speak more about that, but it also emphasizes children and families and their health, and we appreciate your support in helping make Tallahassee a wonderful place to live, work, and play. And with that, I'm going to introduce Sheila Costigan now to talk to you more.
Thank you. Thank you, Courtney. Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to us. I'll make this as brief as possible. I think one of the reasons they asked me to speak about policy is because I know how very difficult it is for you elected officials and staff to actually gain the political will to change, to make significant changes. It's very disturbing when you ask people to prohibit sugary beverages and junk food in your vending machines. It's a tough policy to have to write. It's a tough policy to say that when you're working with land development and you're working with planning and your planners to say to them, we want wellness in every policy. We want sidewalks in every neighborhood. We want to make sure that we have safe parks with smoke-free areas. Because what happens is the public, you might have public outcry, and so sometimes it's very difficult that everything that we do, every campaign in this community that is launched, everything we do in schools has to be in a community effort-wide policy arena. Because if we just do campaigns and we just have this wonderful awareness thing and we try our best to just encourage people and to hope they'll embrace these things, you know as well as I, it won't get done. The reason people wear seatbelts, we created a policy. A law. The reason people, you know, we have the whole drug-free things going on in our schools, the reason we have no bullying and zero tolerance for it is because we had great leadership behind us. And that's what the First Lady wants us to do as a city. To be a Let's Move city, we have to actually enact policies where we're going to have incentives for people to have fresh produce in our most depressed areas. We're going to incentivize stores to give away fresh produce. We're going to buy locally, as someone was saying today. We're going to make sure that we work together as a city, county, and as a school board to make sure that we have policies in place that actually say something about we want to be a well community. And that's what we would like for your action, call to action, to be. The rest of us are working hard getting grants into this community. We're probably in the last 2 years, we've had a significant number of them, 200,000 to begin with. And thanks to our COPE initiative, we're going to be able to launch another $200,000 into wellness initiatives, not to mention what we're doing at our schools in the ways of grants. So it's empirical, and we ask that you be inspired by the 95210. And by the way, I saw you all freak out of the 9 hours. That's for our children. Okay. You know, we have to have our children doing that, but the 5210 is all the rest of us. Andrew, you can do this. So think about what we've said today. I hope and thank you to the city for leading the way in our famous parks and recreation and what you've done. I'll be back later next month to talk about stomping out type 2 diabetes, but thank you for being the leaders you are, for the open spaces that we currently have, for your garden initiatives that you're currently doing, for some of the soft policies that you've done to make our community a place to be healthy as we work and play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't say enough about how this program has progressed and in our community, and it's going to be a wonderful initiative, and I want to thank all those involved. There are more people involved in this, and we just want to make sure we have the healthiest community we possibly can. And this has truly been a community effort, so thank you all very, very much for that. I think that's all of presentations, is that right?
We're going back to KCCI.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have one more. I didn't forget you all. Mm-hmm. We have another presentation at this point in time by KCCI and Cascades Park. She needs some help?
Yes. Just to get it on the screen. Thank you. I'm Betsy Couch, representing the Cultivate Cascades team of the Nye Creative Communities Institute. And first, we wanted to just thank you all for having us here today and giving us the opportunity to report about our team's activities. And also, we wanted to thank not only the City of Tallahassee, but Blueprint 2000 and Parks and Recreation for their accessibility to our volunteer team, because because of all of your staff and everything you've been able to offer us in terms of information when we have questions, we are where we are here today. So today what we're going to do is our team is presenting, and first I'd like to recognize our team because this is one of the most dynamic, engaged, creative groups that I've had the chance to work with. So I just wanted to take a moment to recognize them. Many members of the team are here today, and they have just put some wonderful things together. We have Dr. Joshua Newman will be talking in just a moment about the findings from our report, because when we came to the city in October, we talked a lot about there's been a lot going on into building Cascades Park, and where our team was interested is, well, what's going to happen after Cascade Park opens? We want to make sure that there are activities and programming that draw all walks of life, everyone from Tallahassee into the park, so that there's something for everyone in the park. So I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Josh Newman to report about some of the findings from our report.
Thank you, Betsy. I'll just walk you through some of the highlights of the report, and along the way probably give you a sense of sort of what we've been up to over the last few months and how that might help inform the things that you do as you move forward with the park. The first thing we did was we wanted to get a sense of what community members, what key stakeholders, what government agencies, private sector agencies, and so on thought about the park, what they anticipated would take place there, and so on. So we conducted over 40 interviews with, or over 50 interviews with 40 different agencies, and then we took the transcripts of those interviews and we sort of went through and tried to find out what the key themes that emerged from those interviews were. And you'll see those key themes here on this slide. The 6 things that kept coming up over and over again in these interviews were things like branding and marketing the park, or promoting physical activity, developing educational opportunities for school children, enhancing outdoor arts programming, and then obviously a big one, and one we'll come back to, is sort of the opportunity for economic growth that the park might provide. And then finally, we can't sort of move forward, I guess, without saying that there were some logistical concerns from various agencies, and they were, sort of ran the gambit. And we'll talk about a couple of those as we go into the back part of the report as well. But after we did that, we thought, okay, well, what we really need to do is speak to the community and find out what they want. What do they want to see take place in our park? And so what we did is we designed a survey. Most of you probably took it, or at least saw the instrument that we used. Yeah, good. And the idea was that if we could get about 800 responses, that would give us a good sample size that we could then use to identify what the sort of trends within the community would be. Well, we ended up getting over 1,600 responses, which we were very much pleased with. That allowed us to do a lot of things. Probably most notably, it allowed us to go in and sort of drill deeper into some of the data and see what different groups within certain communities, even certain zip codes or certain streets or certain socioeconomic groupings and so on, wanted to see in the park. And then what the report offers is a summary of those findings. In the report, you'll see the key sort of graphic is probably the one that's illustrated now on the PowerPoint slide. And that's basically, what do people want? And the top 4 or 5 events that emerged were all events that featured some type of performance, whether it's a concert, which was hugely popular, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second, on down through different artistic and cultural and theatric performances. And so the first thing we obviously realized is that the amphitheater is going to be quite important to the success of the park, based around the interest that there is within the community for these programmed events. And then the second thing we noticed as we dug a little bit deeper into the data is that depending on how much somebody was interested in a particular event, let's say in a charity event or maybe a run-walk event, that there was a strong preference amongst groups who did identify some of these events that are listed further down the line, even though they might not have been the most popular. Take, for example, a 5K. Not everybody said they would do a 5K, but the people who did say they would were very adamant that they'd be there and they'd participate. And so even though this graph, I think, can be used to help inform some of the things we do moving forward, there are other patterns within that data that are important to acknowledge as well. Another question that we wanted to answer was what time of year and what time of day would park events take place? Well, as you see by this graphic, it's pretty obvious, and we could have predicted this, that Tallahasseans, Leon County residents, would much prefer spring and fall as opposed to summer and winter. That came as no surprise to us. What we saw, though, was also that almost everyone across the board said that they'd be most likely to attend a weekend event, except for families with children living at home. And they identified programming throughout the week, particularly during the sort of middle of the day or the afternoon. So be mindful as we move forward to think about not only holding some of these events on the weekends, art festivals, concerts, and things like that, but also to offer regularly scheduled programming, maybe on a Tuesday afternoon or something like that. We also asked questions about programming, and I know that this was an issue that when we spoke to the commissioners individually that came up more than once, and that was, should we charge admission to certain events? And again, we're not talking about all the events that we held in Cascades Park, but we sort of phrased it as though it would be those high-profile concert-type events, maybe 6, 8, or 10 per year. And overwhelmingly, the community said, yes, that's a good idea, to the tune of 83%, either agreed or strongly agreed with that, the idea that we should. Also, another question that came up was about the, whether or not we should allow alcohol in the park, again, only for special events. We weren't sure how that would go, but 67% of the community members who responded said that they would be in favor of having some alcohol at certain events. Again, certain events, not all the time. And so from that, what we did is we noted a few things, the most important of which was that programming is obviously going to be hugely important for the success of the park, and that kind of was the thing that guided our research as we move forward. So I'll turn it back over to Betsy, who's going to sort of guide you through some of that. Thank you.
And one of the items from our meetings with key stakeholders and also from the research, it showed the importance of repetitive events. And Tallahassee has a strong history of the success of repetitive events. So everyone knows 7 days of opening nights is always in February. We know when Springtime Tallahassee is held, when Winter Festival is held, and that helps generate more people coming out to attend. Well, we found in our research, not only was that the case for Tallahassee, but for example, in cities such as Chattanooga, that when they had a nightfall series. Well, when it wasn't held on a repetitive basis, it was a great outdoor musical concert. They'd get a couple hundred people. But as soon as they got it together and said, you know what, this needs to be every season, every fall season, and we're going to do something every Friday night for X amount of weeks. All of a sudden, it went from a couple hundred people to a couple thousand. And it not only benefited that park and that area, but then what they found was it was economic development for the surrounding, and this was in downtown, in the surrounding businesses and restaurants, because people were starting to build in, okay, on this Friday night, this is what we want to go and do. So many of the items we recommended in our report are repetitive events. And as we were out there talking to key community stakeholders, we found out there are a wide variety of entities in Tallahassee who want to offer free activities. So what we put in the report were recommendation of things that if, say, the park was open tomorrow, these organizations felt that they could make these free events happen. And one of the examples was a Lunch on the Lawn series. So, for example, FSU, TCC, FAMU had all said, if you give us a day of the week and a time slot, we will make sure that we have some type of free entertainment there, because they have a lot of student groups who this could be credit for them. So where you notice in our recommendations, we put that as a lunchtime series, because if you take something like that and partner it with having food truck presence there, you're serving as another draw to get people down into the park. And other examples were everything from a Yoga Rocks the Park, you know, a way for people to come out and do yoga in the mornings, to a farmer's market, to having also annual events. We found there was a lot of interest in some of our larger annual events in Tallahassee having activities take place in the park. So we were really excited by those findings. Well, one of the other things we found in terms of best practices from other parks is we were also looking at, okay, these are some entities that are from our similar demographics in our city. They're similar in how our city is run or how our demographics are in our community. Well, how are they successfully implementing these programs in their parks? So we looked at how is that management taking place? And some of the top ideas that kept coming up from other parks were the management models, and they varied. It was everything from entities where it might have been one or a couple government employees, all the way down to using a private contractor or a mix of some of the above, or even some entities had a foundation or a nonprofit type of governing body that handled the programming. So of course, we just provided you all with the background information and some of the examples so that you have that background when you're moving forward and making decisions on the management of the park and how that programming entity would take place. Another thing we also found, and this is just an example, one thing the report showed was the importance of marketing. You know, it's great if you have wonderful, diverse activities, repetitive events, even non-repetitive events taking place, but if no one in Tallahassee knows about it, then they won't be coming out. So we had recommendations in the report of everything from best practices of other entities, of their websites, comprehensive websites, to very visual calendars, so that the community gets to know, here's this website or here's this place I can always go to look and see what's taking place in Cascades Park. And then another thing the research showed, and this was twofold, when we were talking to key stakeholders, originally when we presented to the commission in October, it was the idea of having a community planting day in Centennial Field with the goal of this is a great way to get the community engaged in the park, have them come down, be part of building and creating something that they can be proud of. Well, once the research came back, we found not only the importance that our Tallahassee community wants to see health initiatives, so just like the presentations you saw earlier, but that they want to see health-related things taking place in the park, also educational, and then people who in the report identified themselves as parents, people who had children 18 years old and younger, they really had a desire for something in the park that could be there that they could bring their children to and have that as an activity. So our original idea of the community planting day in Centennial Field has evolved into a concept that we're going to present today, which is a discovery and adventure garden. And this is an interactive educational playscape that represents Florida's diverse environment and what we as a Florida, as the state, because we felt since we're the capital city, showing the diversity of our state is something that we could offer in this park. And we've been working with Blueprint 2000, we've met with Parks and Recreation, you know, because we do not want to bring an additional financial hindrance on the city. And we understand that this is something new, it's a new concept that we're recommending, and that is why we are fully devoted to fundraising for this project. You know, we have sat out and looked at who can we be asking to support this, and we feel confident that we can raise 100% of the funds for this, so it will not be a financial burden on Blueprint or the City of Tallahassee to fund this project. And now I'd like to turn it over to Megan Mick, because Megan is with From the Ground Up. She was not part of our original KCCI volunteer team, but in our discussions with Blueprint, you know, Wayne Tedder mentioned, have you talked to her? Because she had come separately and shared some ideas about an interactive playscape. So we've joined forces with Megan, who has wonderful knowledge, and she has worked with us on putting some recommendations together, and that's what we'd like to present to you today. Thank you.
Thanks, Betsy. And I'm thrilled to be working with this group since I'm not part of the KCCI, but I'm glad to be a partner, and I'm really excited about the potential of this space as part of Cascades. So you can see from the slide above, and we heard it earlier today, we hear all the time the need for this, you know, sedentary lifestyles, and this is in our children as well as adults, too much screen time, rise in obesity, different focuses is actually, you know, having a negative effect on our children and our families. And so this addresses all of those concerns in a built environment way. And so we just want to present the concept to you and think it'll be a good fit for Cascades. One of the things that we did and that we like to do is talk obviously to key stakeholders, and in this respect, children are huge stakeholders in a space like this. So we actually went out to the public schools and visited 3 classrooms, kindergarten, 3rd grade, and 5th graders, and actually engaged them in talking about parks and talking about what they love to do outside, if they love to be outside, and those sort of things. And we showed them lots of images of more of your traditional playgrounds, everything to this adventure playground, which you can see in Australia, which they loved, and that's obviously not an option for us. But you know, kids are so creative and their imaginations really can take you beyond your limits that you set up, which is why we really wanted to engage them. The most popular elements that that the kids kept saying over and over again, and this is just information they fed us really, was some kind of water. They wanted to interact with the water. They want to touch it. They want to put their feet in it. They want to see it and feel it. And another thing was climbing, the activity of up and down. They really liked this idea of having different levels where they can sort of, get a different view on things. So you can kind of see the other most popular elements, and those are the number of children who actually mentioned it or drew a picture of it. And then, so we showed them some different examples of water and water elements in a park, and then climbing. And you can see sort of from greatest to least what they were interested in. And these are not the typical things that you're seeing in most parks. So we were really interested to kind of get their feedback in terms of what they would be most drawn to and what they would be attracted to use. So you can see, the roots as a climber instead of what we typically think of as a climber. So here are some of their images. These were their ideas. We said, draw your ideal park, name it. And we got, awesome park of the universe and some really cool things. Obviously a lot of these ideas are way beyond the scope of anything we would consider, but that's not the point. We really just kind of want to get their ideas. So these just inspired us. So basically what we want to present to you is just the concept. This is, this one circled area is one that we have looked at with Blueprint. It's an option. It's not something that we've decided it has to be, but it's an option. And so the concept shows you what kind of elements would be part of it. It's very interactive. It's based and inspired by iconic Florida landscapes. So there's an educational component to that as well as an interactive and an activity component. Just to give you a few more images of what this might look like, to the left you'll see sort of the Florida landscape that we might all be familiar with, the inspiration for it. And then to the other side is a character, not necessarily what would be there, but the character of what could be there, what would be inspired by the landscape and be interesting for the kids and active and even for adults. So it would be a learning opportunity for all age groups and all the families. So.
We're going to have to wrap real quickly, okay?
I will wrap it up. And so that leaves us with where we are today, coming to the Commission and asking for your conceptual approval for the Discovery and Adventure Garden site for a Community and Planning Day on October the 6th, 2012. We have met with Blueprint, with Genesis, and we think we may have a site available to us that's kind of a better site that's ADA friendly, or ADA regulations, will meet ADA regulations, that it's not in the flood zone, and hopefully we can get that approved so that we can move forward and do our fundraising. I understand that approval is going to come on an action item when Wayne Tedder and Dee Crumpler present to you after public comments. We do request that we get a favorable vote on that, and we hope it's a unanimous vote. We'd love to have a unanimous vote, but if not, we certainly would like a favorable vote to move forward. Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you so much for your support of KCCI. Thank you for the time you've given us. We've spent a lot of time with you as we've moved forward on this, and we certainly appreciate it. We appreciate your guidance and your leadership on this.
Great to work with you guys.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we've had telephone calls. Our team has met with you. We've talked to you. We've gone over a lot of these concepts with you, and we certainly appreciate your generosity in giving us the time and giving us ideas and suggestions as we move forward, and we've tried to take those into consideration as we have moved forward. Commissioner Muschin, thank you for your thoughtful process as you move.
You really want a unanimous vote, don't you?
I can't begin to tell you how much we appreciate the quality of time you've given us, and I don't want anyone to go unrecognized.
I understand.
Commissioner Muschin, thank you so much for your thoughtful time. I know you've kind of been designated as the lead on this. We appreciate your thoughts that you've given us and the advice you've given us in moving forward. Commissioner Ziffer, I think whenever our team first decided to do this, you came came to us and were very open with us and giving us some advice, directions, guidance. We've spent a lot of time going back and forth with you on that, and we appreciate that. I recall as we talked about a lot of the parts of the park, that you thought that a community planting day would be a great idea. We took that back to our committee and incorporate that.
So it's now in my lap.
I'm going for it. But wanted to thank you for giving this idea of the community planting day. And as we've heard from the community, and that became a discovery and adventure garden, Commissioner Miller, we thank you so much for getting on board with that. I know you've been working, Cascades Park has been an idea that you've worked on since early days with Blueprint 2000, serving on the Blueprint 2000 team, so we thank you for that and for your leadership going forward. Want to thank Madam Manager for your huge support and community involvement and opening up your staff to be available to us. We worked with Blueprint, Wayne Tedder, Dave Snyder, Dave Bright, and Gary Phillips have just been phenomenal to work with, and have just given us incredible generosity in their time. And we have worked with Genesis, we've worked with Mark Llewellyn and with Peter Martin, and have talked to them about the site for the garden. And in doing so, they've offered up pro bono time with us in kind for working on the garden. So we are just so appreciative. We are excited about this project, and this team has really, really stepped up to the plate to try to deliver a wonderful product for you and to continue doing so as we move forward. We look forward to your approval on this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Bernice, can you tell us where the new location is for the garden?
I'm going to ask Dave Snyder if he will come up, or if you want to wait till his presentation to give you a more accurate description.
That's fine.
I could give you, like, it's close to a couple of parking lots, but he can give you a more accurate.
Madam City Manager, if I recall correctly, where Gaines Street currently crosses over the railroad tracks, it's just to the west of there. Is that pretty close?
He's going to come up in the next item. He's going to come up when we have the next item.
I could point it out to you on the map, but as far as giving you a really thorough description right now, I'm going to defer to Blueprint on that whenever they make their presentation.
If you go back to the map you brought up, I can show you the. Yeah, this is the layout that Megan put together, but the location in the red circle.
I see it.
It's close to the DOT overflow parking lot. There's a sidewalk that goes all the way around the perimeter. It's an easy access to get on the sidewalk and walk across the signature bridges into the Meridian Plaza. It's high and dry. It's up over the potential wetland or the flood area, and it proved to be a better location for the park.
All right. Okay. Thank you all very much. This is really good. We're all excited about Cascades Park and what it's going to do for this community. And let's keep working at it. All right, any questions, comments?
Well, I just want to thank all the time that these folks have put in. I mean, this is one of the most beautiful pieces of work that I have had across my desk in the last 2 years. As far as the quality of the report, I was really impressed, and they've set a bar for everybody else to have to meet now that sends us a report from Citizens Group. And while you all were all still here, I just wanted to say that to you.
We're going to have comments on this, an opportunity later in the meeting, are we not?
Right,
okay.
We have an item on the agenda.
Okay.
We have an item on the agenda. Okay, if we are at that part of the agenda where we want to see if there are any citizens' input on agenda items.
Yes, Mayor, we have several speakers. The first is Jeannie Connor. She'll be followed by Vivian Young. As Ms. Connor approaches, I'll remind or ask speakers, if they will, to provide their name and address for the record. This first comment is on item 13.1 on your agenda.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Connor. I live at 534 Oakland Avenue in Myers Park, about 2 blocks from Cascade Park, maybe a block and a half as the crow flies when it does. I'm delighted to see all of you. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to see my friends from Blueprint and Mr. Martin here and Mr. Llewellyn from Genesis, all of whom I've worked with on various kinds of committees dealing with Cascades Park, most recently the History Fence. I'm a board a member of the board of directors of the Myers Park Neighborhood Association. I'm delighted to see all the interest as people have discovered where I have lived for 34 years. I have visited Mr. DeSoto's site on numerous occasions. I have walked through the park when it was sort of semi-illegal to do it. It's a wonderful place. I'm delighted everybody's going to come down. I was one of the people that KCCI did interview, and I told the interviewer, whom I saw earlier, that I was going to use him to make my point, and he shuddered. He said to me, when asked me what I wanted, and I said, well, you know, it's always described as a beautiful, green, passive space. In fact, last night on WCOT, it was still being described that way in locations in Tallahassee. And I said, it's one, you know, passive space, beauty, that's grand, and children out playing and all kinds of things. And he said, well, wouldn't you like to sit in your backyard with a glass of wine, and my backyard is very tranquil and lovely with a pond, and listen to Tony Bennett sing? And I said, yes. And then I thought that would be unfair. If it's going to be a performance in which people pay to see Tony Bennett, it would not be fair for me to sit in my backyard and hear it free. What I mean by that is, if you're going to bring all this stuff in here, please be very, very sure that people aren't walking around, sitting on the curb, drinking beer, and getting a free concert that many of us don't want to pay for. We love our tranquil neighborhood. And I know there are ways we can work this out. I'm really not antagonistic to all this development, but I want to keep what we've got. And I'm delighted that so many people are discovering what we've got. But please, let's keep it in a way that is livable and lovable for all of us. Vivian Young's going to talk to you about some ideas about what should be done before to save the neighborhood, on behalf of the neighborhoods, before we start planning all these grand things. And I think KCCI has done a wonderful job. Please don't misunderstand me. But I think so much of this planning has been done by people who don't know the area. And that's not denigrating them. I'm just saying, come see us. Come sit in my backyard, okay? Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Vivian Young, followed by Ruth Fayak.
My name is Vivian Young, and I live at 411 Oakland Avenue in the Myers Park neighborhood. I am about a block and a half away from the old electric building, due south of it, just to give you context of where I live. I share with Jeannie a lot of her observations. I think people in the neighborhood are very excited about Cascades Park. We've been looking forward to it opening for a number of years and can't wait for it to open. I do think in the last few months, with the introduction of the kind of ramped up amphitheater, that has raised some concern on the part of some of us. I want to say that the neighborhood is a very great place to live, and we like it. We want to welcome people, but we don't want it to be a major intrusion into our neighborhood. I outlined a couple of areas of concern that I have personally. I'm not speaking on behalf of the neighborhood or anything, but the first is sound, and I was also asked if I'd like to sit in my front yard and listen to concerts, and you know, my initial thought was, well, it kind of depends on what the concert is. There are certainly some that you would like to hear and others that you wouldn't, and there have been one or two meetings to start talking about the concept of the impacts on the neighborhood. And what I'd like to ask you all to do is start planning now to make sure that those impacts are not untenable for residents of the neighborhood. There's been talk about, well, let's build it, and then let's see what the impacts are. And I just don't feel like that's an acceptable solution for those of us who live there. One of them is sound, and I understand there's an acoustical engineer who's been hired to set up the sound system. And I suggested at the meeting that their scope of work be expanded to include buffering. What can be done to buffer the sounds? What kind of decibel levels are appropriate so that it won't be a major intrusion on the neighborhood and other things like that. And I think the time to do that is now rather than after to the event, because when you do things in advance, it might take a minor tweaking to put some bushes in here or adjust the speakers this way, and once you've got it in place, it could turn out to be a major undertaking. Other things are a maximum decibel level and also a stopping time for events. There was talk at the meeting that I attended about keeping this flexible, and while I certainly understand things are going to run over, I think if it's known up front that we're real flexible on this, that there's going to be no effort to meet those timelines. And I think a number of communities have addressed this. There's probably good policies out there from other communities, and I would just encourage you to make sure those policies are in place. The second issue is lighting, and I didn't have this as a major concern, but again, while you're setting up, it would be possible to ask the person who's doing the lighting to again, think about the impacts on the neighborhood. The third issue is traffic, and I've had this concern long before the amphitheater, because if you know the neighborhood, FAMU Way is at some point going to dump right into Oakland Avenue. You'll be able to go along Oakland, turn briefly on Gaines, Gadsden, and then go right into Cascades Way, and you can completely avoid the downtown area by cutting through our neighborhood. I have major concerns about that. Okay, and I'd just like to say if traffic calming could be in place and work with the neighborhood now, I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Ruth Fayok on item 13.4. She's followed by Curtis Baines.
My name is Ruth Fayok, and my address is 418 East 9th Avenue. My home is in Midtown. My comments are in reference to item number 13.4. This item pertains to the waiving of a fee associated with a potential PLOC certification of parcels within the Midtown neighborhood, specifically parcels that contain Hothead Salon and its adjacent parking lot. As we move into discussion on this amendment and the PLOC certification process for the subject parcels that will be formally taken up by the Commission at a later date, I wanted to express my concern and my opposition to any proposal to the future land use designation that increases the intensity of these parcels, as they will negatively impact the safety and desirability of my neighborhood. In particular, I am concerned with the unresolved traffic, circulation, and safety of said parcels raised to both the City Commission and the Planning Commission in 2006, and that have resulted in documented high accident location. We've had over 200 traffic-related incidents from November 2006 to November 2011. The use of Grape Street and East 9th Avenue, local neighborhood streets, by current tenant clients because access to the parcels is significantly limited. There are currently 3 ways to get into the parcels. One is the high-speed, one-way Gadsden Street. The second is to turn off of Thomasville Road onto a local road. And the third is access to Hotheads through Grape Street through a driveway on an RP2 lot. When I built my home on East 9th Avenue in 2000, I checked the designation of these parcels. The documented parcels were designated as residential preservation on the future land use map and RP2 on zoning at the time of the applicant's purchase. In conclusion, any proposed intensification of these parcels will negatively impact both the safety and the desirability of my in-town neighborhood. I strongly believe that until such time as the above issues are resolved, the proposal to change the parcel's land use be denied. The Midtown Neighborhood Association has also formally indicated its opposition to any proposed intensification at its meeting last evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Curtis Baines, speaking on item 13.9, followed by Dr. Irwin Jackson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Curtis Baines, 1323 East Tennessee Street. I wanted to express my my visceral reaction, literally, to an article on March 3rd regarding the hiring of private investigators to spy on one of our citizens, which is generally speaking, a big concern to me, but here we had evidence of it. In fact, I was in such disbelief on the 3rd that I must have sent the cancel my email to you instead of the send, so I had to send it 4 days later, and I was still in disbelief 4 days later. But I sent you a series of 6 questions. I see that I read the city attorney's article this morning. I'm looking forward to his explanation, further explanation of whatever is happening this evening. But even after reading, I understand, the need to defend the city against complaints and lawsuits and that sort of thing. But even having read that and understanding that, there's still something abhorrent to me about the city spying, well, the city or the county or state government or the federal government, anybody else, spying on its citizens, especially those who have been critical of the city, because it's going to send all sorts of negative messages to the public and anybody else that might want to say anything. And regardless of whether, we continue it or stop it or whatever the answers to the questions are, by the end of this business day, you're going to spend another $1,500 for private investigators. That if we're spending as much this year as we did last year, that's what it works out to every business day, $1,508 for private investigators. So I'm looking forward to further explanations. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Erwin Jackson, followed by Russell Price, also on 13.9.
Is Michelle here, please? With a camera?
She's coming.
She's coming.
Thank you very much. Should be under scan. It's a scandal. Some pictures. There you go. Say that again. To do this. To do this. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. During the past 2 years, I've come to this commission, and the mayor has called me a liar, and then off the camera admits that, in fact, he was wrong. And in today's paper, the city attorney English has called me a criminal. My crime is storing a rake in a city licensed, permitted, and approved utility shed built on my property and using a rake and a hole stored in this building to rake leaves at another property I own. Using Mr. English's logic, then, a plumber or an electrician who stores their tools and work truck at their home cannot use those tools on other properties. City police who take their tools home, car, guns, and computers, will be restricted to use these tools to fight crime, but only at their personal home. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is no more than political payback, an attempt by this mayor to silence me. This will not work, as you can imagine. The real crime being committed is by that man there, John Marks, and members of this commission for refusing to give back the illegal deferred compensation that they gave themselves. The fact that John Marks took $86,000 from a nonprofit organization, ADE, accepted $750,000 from Honeywell's lawyers, and continues to take money from one of the largest contractors in the city, AT&T. John Marks has refused to answer questions over the last 2 years that I've raised in front of local media, and he retaliates against those who dare to point out his self-serving actions. Several individuals, including a Tallahassee police officer, has warned me that I would face political retaliation for speaking out. They may not silence me, but it will be a chilling effect for others who follow me. The picture you see here, this is a career criminal that the city hired to spy on me, my family, my business, my employees, and my students. He has 4 arrests. He was fired from the police department, or they were going to terminate him, so he did resign before he was fired. And his license has been revoked. This man was perfect for Jim English to hire, to spy on me. The full scope of this clandestine activity we'll never know because they were caught. Luckily, we have a picture here of the woman around my property wanting to stop the entire surveillance that they have on there.
It's expired?
It's expired. In summary, let me say, because of this and more, I believe that the City Commission should immediately fire Jim English to send a clear message that spying on Tallahassee residents will not be tolerated. This decision was made by a desperate man.
I'm sorry, your time has
who
expired,
can hear
sir.
the footsteps of law enforcement heading in his
Mr. Jackson,
direction.
your time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Russell Price, also on 13.9, followed by Mark Scott.
Russell Price, 241 John Knox Road, office address. Let me say first, I have the highest respect for your office and the job that you do. And I know it's quite difficult, and, as well as staff. But today I feel compelled to speak in defense of Mr. Jackson and what he's gone through. I've been a developer and broker in commercial real estate for approximately 30 years. And I've gone through my share of disagreements with city staff on different issues, I hope all amicably. But I may be one of the ones that has filed a claim to recover money. We had a smart meter installed on our office. After owning it for 18 years, the prongs inside our receptacle was jammed, and it cost us about $800 to repair it. We filed a claim and were told that it was our fault that the receptacle was broken. I didn't file a small claims court, but the knowledge of knowing that had I filed one and had you have to mount a defense, that you might have hired a private investigator to watch me and my family and my workers, that is chilling. And let me see if I understand what Mr. Jackson did. For 20 years, he used an access easement gate that was through a city utility easement to access the shed where he stored some lawn equipment. And so the city came along based on a complaint, locked the gate and kept it locked for 6 months, thereby denying him access to his equipment. He had to make other arrangements, so he tried to recoup the cost. And for this reason, the city has jumped to the point where they hire a private investigator to investigate a zoning issue. And so I have these questions. I can try to jump to the bottom here. I spoke to the planning department and the growth management department, both of whom I work with closely on many different deals. They tell me that most of these complaints on zoning issues, because like Mr. Jackson said, all over the city, vendors, contractors, tradespeople carry their equipment home and store it, use their homes, sheds, garages. So most of the time, no violation is ever investigated unless it's complaint driven. So was the initial complaint filed with the city based on Mr. Jackson's use of the access, or based on the zoning violation? That's first question. If it was he notified that he's in violation of the zoning law? Has he been notified, and has he been given time to correct the violation and come into compliance? Usually time is given, And so I was just, I don't know, I hadn't talked to him about it. I'm just going by what I've read. Has the proper enforcement personnel been involved in the alleged violation?
Excuse me, your time's expired.
Time's up. I would just ask, finally, has Mr. Jackson been treated the same as I would be treated or any other citizen on a typical zoning violation, and was proper procedure followed in the case? And thank you very much.
Next speaker is Mark Scott. Mr. Scott will be followed by Marshall Cassidy.
Thank you for listening to me. My name is Mark Scott. I've been a resident back in Tallahassee for about 7 years. Moved here, went to college here, moved back 7 years ago, owned property in both the county and the city. I really wanted to, along with several of the speakers here, wanted to express my extreme disappointment for the lack of ethics, the abuse of power, and the arrogance exhibited by members of this board. This is not, I'm not anyone that normally gets up here. I spoke twice in my life in front of a panel, but felt compelled to do this. I've seen the tapes where Dr. Jackson comes up here and has brought up numerous accusations. Many, seems like most of them, have a substantial amount of validity. I keep hearing, well, this was legal. The city attorney makes it legal. You guys spend a lot of money on what's legal. How much energy do you put in what's ethical? Do you guys feel it's ethical to take money from somebody that you're voting on a substantial, spending our money on something that you're getting paid for from that vendor? Is that ethical? It may be legal. Is it ethical? Does that ever come into consideration when your attorney tells you it's legal? Does he say it's legal, but it might not be ethical? And I've been in business. I understand the difference between ethics and legal. And you guys clearly have no regard for what's ethically correct. You seem to be straddling some fence of what's legal. Dr. Jackson's uncovered numerous questionable activities, some possible illegal activities, and many, like I said, unethical. Like he asked before, who initiated this activity? I'm going to go kind of specifically to this particular incident. Who initiated the activity to padlock the guy's gate? Have anybody looked into that? And whose job is it to investigate that type of thing? It just seems like somebody out of the blue, his gate gets padlocked. Has the guy been fired who decided it was company property or city property? What's happened to that guy? You padlock somebody's property? Does that mean if you didn't like something I say here, do I have to go worry about you padlocking my door, taking 6 months, saying, well, we thought we own the access to it? Has anybody been fired for that? I mean, it's either incompetent, unethical, or both. And somebody needs to be fired. And Jim English seems to think that there's nothing illegal and there's no problems when somebody takes money from a vendor. There seems to be no problems with spending $50 million of our money on a boondoggle that's worthless instead of, I've been in business, why wouldn't you take a sample? Why did we have to spend $50 million all at once? Seems awful questionable. And if I was bringing you that customer and I was getting paid by him, I promise you I would not vote when it came to that situation. And I promise you, you would know I was getting paid by him, and so would the citizens. From here on, I'm telling you, you ought to fire the guy who told you it was a city property and that told you to padlock it. You ought to pay the money to Dr. Jackson there, because he seems to have uncovered more ways for you guys to quit losing our money and spending our money than any of the money you guys are spending on private investigators, $400,000 in private investigators. I talked to some county commissioners. I don't believe they spend a penny on private investigators. Now, maybe you guys do it direct. I understand the concept of protecting.
Sorry, your time is
That's
expired.
what attorneys are for. So I appreciate in the future you treat Dr. Jackson with the respect.
This is the final speaker, Mayor, on this portion of the meeting, Marshall Cassidy, speaking on item 13.4.
Thank you all for hearing my talk. I'm here about issue 13.4, the waiver of fees for the Hothead location at the intersection of Gatz and Thomasville Road. I'm seconding the staff recommendation to waiver of fees. I was offered by Commissioners Katz and Lightsey 5 years ago when I went through zoning. I was dropped. I'm the owner of the Hotheads building. I was dropped from the zoning that was contingent with the animal hospital. I'm requesting no changes in the location. I'm simply asking for proper zoning. This particular location at Hotheads was a C4 zoning prior to the time I owned it. Unbeknownst to me at the time of purchase, they had taken away and made the whole neighborhood residential preservation. The city staffing in a planning meeting in writing stated they made a mistake in this zoning, and that's the reason for the recommendation to waive the fees on this PLUC filing. I'm not changing the property. I'm just asking for that the Hot Heads Hair Parlor can stay established that it is. And if a storm comes through and blows that building down, I do not want to build a house on Thomasville Road. It'll be useless. But thank you so much for hearing my suggestions here, and I do second the city planning. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other speakers at this point?
Thank you. I think we're on consent.
Move consent.
Second.
Mayor, I want to pull one consent item for the purpose of abstaining on it, and it is, I think, the last one, that 9.6.
5.6?
9.6.
9.6.
9.6. Okay. We got a motion and a second on consent agenda. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
It's moved. Next item, I think what we need to do.
Well, Mayor, don't we need to take up 9.6 and let me?
No, 9.6, I'm sorry.
I move acceptance.
Second.
Properly seconded, moved and second. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
It's.
And just to state I am, and this has happened before, I am a part owner of a building that this company leases space in, so just for the purposes of.
That's more than appropriate. In light of what has been said, I think it might be appropriate if we now hear from Mr. English on this matter related to Mr. Jackson's property. And that's item, what is it?
13.9.
13.9. But while he's doing that, let me just say this. I believe in every and anybody's right of free speech, the First Amendment. I really do, and they have a right to come up here, speak, say what they want to say, and everything. However, the Constitution does not guarantee that what they say is the truth. Mr. English.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, we added to the agenda a litigation update on this matter since there's been so much publicity about it. What I'd like to do is really just turn the matter over to Assistant City Attorney Lou Norvell, who is handling the litigation, and really just talk about the case and show you the photos, which we'll have to present to the court.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Norvell. I'm an assistant city attorney with the city of Tallahassee. I'm defending the city in a lawsuit that has been filed by Erwin Jackson. This is a case that Mr. Jackson filed last December. The case is currently pending in the county court of Leon County in the small claims division. And when you boil it down, this is a case about a locked gate. This is a gate to a power line corridor. Mr. Jackson claims that he has the right to travel along the city power line corridor to get to the back of a rental property. The power line corridor is a couple of blocks off of Jackson Bluff Road. You can see it's there to the southwest of the stadium. The corridor is highlighted in yellow. These are high transmission power lines that run through the corridor. In this part that's at issue, the corridor runs between Mayhew Street, or actually crosses Mayhew Street, crosses both to the east and to the west. The arrow here points to the location where the corridor crosses Mayhew Street on the west end. This arrow points to Mr. Jackson's rental property, and we're going to take a look at several pictures of the rental property further on. This is the rental property that sits at the front of the lot. It fronts Airport Drive. There are tenants that live there. Mr. Jackson actually owns a number of rental properties in this area with, I believe, a dozen or more that are in this section of Airport Drive. The sign in the front is one of Mr. Jackson's rental signs. This is the storage compound that Mr. Jackson has constructed behind the residence. Back in January of last year, the electric department received a complaint that there were unauthorized trucks driving through the power line corridor. Electric looked at the Geographic Information System, or GIS maps, which are derived from the property appraiser's records, and the GIS maps indicated that the city owned the land where the power lines are located. An electric department employee then went out and overlocked the gate. Mr. Jackson then complained that he had been locked out and that he had a right to travel along the power line corridor. Mr. Jackson does not own the property where the power lines are located. There isn't anything in the property records that indicate that Mr. Jackson has any right of access to travel along these power lines.
Continue on. You can't hear?
He's on the agenda, sir.
He's on the agenda. No, he's on our staff this is an agenda item. Okay.
Now, in this case, Mr. Jackson, from what I understand, he claims that he has accessed this property for such a long time that he is entitled to continued access. After Mr. Jackson claimed that he was locked out, there were discussions with Mr. Jackson about the city granting him an easement or actually giving him access rights along the power line corridor. City Real Estate got involved and ordered a title search, and the title search actually came back. The GIS maps were wrong. The city actually has an easement or the right to maintain the power lines, but does not have outright ownership of the property. This is a case where the power lines were installed more than 60 years ago, so they have been there for a very long time. Actual ownership of the power line corridor split between some private owners, and since you can't really use the property for anything with the power lines, there hasn't been any real owner involvement for years. And according to the title search, the bulk of the property in the power line corridor was owned by Mr. Atkinson, who is now deceased. In theory, the title to the property would have passed to Mr. Atkinson's heirs, but again, you can't really do anything with the property other than have the power lines there. And so since the city did not own the property, the city could not give Mr. Jackson an easement. So what happened is the electric department went back, restored the gate to its original condition, and what we have is there's a chain on the gate, and there's a city lock that gives the city access, and there's another lock which I believe Mr. Jackson says that he has a key to. Now, as you know, this issue, or Mr. Jackson came to the commission and complained about the gate. There was correspondence with the manager's office, and Mr. Jackson was asked to send documents that would support any claim for losses that he may have suffered because the gate was locked. And at that time, Mr. Jackson corresponded with the manager, although the manager had very little information about this, and we now know a lot more about the case. Mr. Jackson ultimately sent a handwritten note claiming $2,000 in rental expenses payable to one of Mr. Jackson's companies and a lawyer bill for $500. The electric manager responded to Mr. Jackson stating that the rental fees were unsubstantiated and that the lawyer bill did not appear to be related to the access issue. The electric manager sent Mr. Jackson a check for $75. Mr. Jackson demanded more money, and he filed his lawsuit. The $75 check was also sent to Mr. Jackson before the city attorney's office got involved. It is the city attorney's position that that Mr. Jackson is not entitled to any recovery from the city in this case, and that in any event he would not be entitled to recover his lawyer bills relating to this gate. And we'll talk about each one of Mr. Jackson's claims individually. I have been handling the city's county court cases, and this case was assigned to me to defend. As an initial issue, Mr. Jackson, in his first filing, named the mayor, the manager, as well as other city officials in their individual capacities as defendants. The court granted a motion to dismiss the individual city officials, and Mr. Jackson has asked the court to substitute the city as a defendant. Now, again, let me be clear that all issues in Mr. Jackson's case are disputed. While Mr. Jackson is telling the media that the only issue is how much the city is going to pay him, all of the issues are disputed. We dispute his claim that he had any right of access. We dispute his claim that he is entitled to the use of this back lot of this residential property for his business purposes. And even assuming that he would be entitled to any recovery, we dispute that he is entitled to recover $5,000 in this case. Now, one of the first issues, as I mentioned, is the right of access, if any, along the power line corridor. He doesn't have any property interest in the corridor. He doesn't have any document that would grant him a right of access. So when this issue initially came up, the question was, well, why do you have any access back here? Mr. Jackson told, at this time it was Electric, that he had access because there was a neighborhood crime watch that would use the utility easement to patrol the neighborhood. So Electric goes to the police department and says, is there a neighborhood crime watch that uses this power line corridor to patrol the neighborhood? And the police department comes back and says, there is no established neighborhood crime watch in this area, and we're not aware of any kind of community patrol that would be using this power line corridor to patrol. So the evidence we have just starting out is that he's not using this, or has not been using it, for some kind of community crime watch. Now, Mr. Jackson has also claimed, well, I've been using this for such a long time that after you use it for long enough, for 20 years, then you have a property interest that gives you the right to go back here. We've got here shown on the screen, this is a current aerial just off of Google. You can see his compound in the back. This is his 28-foot storage building, his gravel yard, his fenced compound that we know that he built just about a year ago.
Is this an update, or is the attorney trying the case here now?
As long as I can equal response, I'm going to be fine.
Now, we know if we go back just 2 years, this is an aerial photo of the same area. You can see the wooded lot in the middle is the property that is at issue in this case, and you can see how densely wooded it is. You can see to your left is Atkiemeier, you can see to your right is Airport, and I will switch back. You can see Atkiemeier to your left, you can see Airport to your right. This is a picture that was taken in the backyard of the property in the fall of 2010. This was given to me by one of the current tenants at the property. And you can see how densely wooded the lot is, and that there was no access through the back of this lot to the power line corridor. If you look closely and you look above the hammock, you can actually see the power pole with the power lines in the background. So based on the photographic evidence...
I mean, for my purposes, I got the gist of it here. So I don't, you know, I am kind of questioning about what are we trying the case in front of the city commission? I mean, I understand where we are. So if there's other unrelated stuff, otherwise, if we could wrap it up.
I would agree. Go ahead. Anything else that?
Well, the issue has come up as to why I requested an investigator in this case. And if I would like to address that, if you can hear me on that. This is a property that is zoned R2. It's a residential property. This is the compound that Mr. Jackson has built in the back. It's a 28-foot storage building. It's a gravel yard. He's storing a lot of equipment back there. You can see these open trailers, concrete mixer, wheelbarrows. He has a number of extension ladders that are behind the building. The metal sign is for Jackson Properties. Here you can see the residence in the front. Property is R2. We know that for R2, permitted principal use is a single family dwelling. He's entitled to an accessory structure, but the structure has to be on the same lot and of a nature customarily incidental and subordinate to the principal use or structure. Okay, we've got a situation here where the evidence indicates to us that Mr. Jackson has residential tenants in the front. He is using this storage compound in the back for his business purposes for a separate business. The tenants don't even have any use or access of this storage building, and we've got evidence that he's got employees that are going out of this storage compound on a daily or near daily basis, serving his multi-unit apartment complexes and other properties.
What we really want to know is why you
Mr. Brown,
thought you had to hire.
Go to just specifically
the
why you
investigator.
hired an investigator and what they were supposed to do.
And
Okay. I hired the investigator in this case, and I hired Donna Brown. She's a retired police officer. She is individually licensed. She's with a company that is licensed. She's done work for a number of local law firms. She's done work for the city in other cases. I called Donna Brown and asked her if she would just observe the property and take photographs of the property. And I can show you what she did here.
I think we're directed you to hire the investigator.
No one directed me to hire the investigator. As a lawyer defending the case, I asked to hire the investigator.
Did anybody on this commission direct you to hire an investigator?
No.
Was anybody on this commission aware that you hired an investigator?
No.
Did the city attorney ask you to do that?
No, the city attorney did not ask me to hire the investigator. So, Ms. Brown.
I think are we ready for us to have the conversation we're going to have? I think we've seen everything we probably need to see.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Commissioner.
For fairness, I'm requesting 5 minutes to respond.
This order.
I'm correct.
Well,
stuff I told you about fair either, so go right.
Right. No, Mr. Jackson, I just pulled. Mr. Jackson, just hold up.
Thank you, sir.
Please. Mr. Jackson, just hold up. Please. I just polled the commission, and they said your 5 minutes should be granted. Would you please come forward?
It's always nice just to have a little bit of facts in here. The property that I bought, it was 60 years ago, which is about 60 years old. We had a terrible crime problem. We had people driving down an open easement there. They were breaking into our houses 20 years ago, and I did get with the police department. I met with them. There was a crime watch group. We got together in the city of Tallahassee at my request primarily, and other neighbors said, let's block this off because these houses are getting robbed on a weekly basis. So to protect our neighborhood, we did get there, and the police agreed with me. We have a lock for them and a lock for the neighbors. Okay? I have a young lady, an older lady. She's about 80. She bought her house new, living there 60 years ago. She was told, I was told, that you can use that back utility, that back green space. The developer said we could use the green space because we bought property. We could do anything we wanted back there, play with the kids, have grandkids, go ahead and do the garden, etc. Okay? That's what the owner told us. The city manager came in and based on the power person, whoever, decides we're not going to allow Mr. Jackson to have access. She then says it took 5 months for this city to figure out they didn't own the property. Okay, the only thing I asked for, and I told Rick Fernandez, just give me back the lock. Someone's up here, I just lost an election, someone wants to play around with me. Fine, they won, I lost, take my lock. But you're not going to keep it. Give me my lock back, please. He said, no. He's been told by his supervisors upstairs that we're not going to give you possession of this. Ask Rick, he'll be glad to tell you. The city manager stated very clearly, she said, I do regret that this error has occurred. Her error, not mine. It is a case, and it caused you unnecessary inconvenience, and I apologize. The judge, this gentleman made another error. The Judge Aiken in our pre-hearing came out and said to the attorney, well, gentlemen, the only issue that we have to discuss is how much money are you going to pay Mr. Jackson? She's admitted fault. You folks have given me a check, but someone wants to play around with me and go right ahead. Mr. Mayor, your attorney gets paid $700 an hour. Mr. Mustian said he won't work for $200 or $300 an hour a few weeks ago, and you give me a check for my legal services for 75 bucks, and you're saying you're not jacking my chain? Jerking my chain? Absolutely you are. It goes on, and I'm not opposed to this game. You guys want to play with me, and I don't believe it's the entire commission. I do believe it's the mayor, and I do believe it's Jim English, and I think we'll be able to show that. The other thing I would go ahead and say that I will continue to speak about the corruption, the self-serving, the self-dealing that's going on. And I'm going to come back here and hopefully with some of the folks out here, and we're going to demand an ethics reform package that our elected officials that we'll put together, and we're going to ask you to sign. Now go right ahead. I'm not going to take up any more time. This has been a fun experience for everybody, and I'll be glad to defend myself. We'll see you in court. I'm also going to add a few charges to that, I might say. Oh, and in summary, the very last thing I want to say is what my attorney gave me. He's always nice. I do talk with attorneys on occasion. He says that Jim English and John Marks have acted a malicious and overzealous attack on me, resulting in the unlawful taking of adverse possession of my property. The mayor and this commission are guilty, in particular the mayor and the city attorney. I hate to include everyone else, but they say I have to. Are guilty of attempted entrapment, harassment, discrimination, and the willful, targeted, and selective prosecution of me. Thank you so much.
I've been told not to respond, and I won't at this point in time. Anybody got any comments on either the presentation by the staff person or Mr. Jackson? Anybody? Yes, Commissioner.
I have a comment. Really, my big concern here was the particular company that was involved, and I understand that the city attorney's office hired Donna Brown, but I would like some reassurance that we have that we put some sort of vetting process into place about the partners of the people that we hire to do work like this. I mean, given the fact, let me make clear, I see this question mark on Mr. Norvell's face, and I'm going on what I read in the paper that this company was owned by this person whose picture was up here for quite a while. And that he certainly isn't anybody that I want to be associated with or hire or pay or anything like that. So if I would hope that you all would put into effect some sort of process to make sure that we don't hire people like that again.
We can do that.
Anything else?
Well, I did have another question too, as a matter of fact. Like probably everybody else in Tallahassee was pretty stepped back, literally, when I saw that $300,000 figure this morning. And during the day, I've had to ask, where did this money go? And it turns out that that 300,000 of it was to a single company who's basically protects the city residents. We can't be an ATM machine for anybody that wants to walk, it's easy, they're not going to defend themselves, they're just going to pay you, and so on. And so I had to that was my reaction as I was getting ready to come down here this morning, thinking, well, what do we do? I mean, do we spend this money on private investigators, or do we just pay right up every time, which isn't right? I don't feel, it's not my money, it's your money, basically. So I want some clarification as to what do you mean that most of this goes somewhere? How much did we actually spend on PIs and so on?
Commissioner Ziffer?
Sure. This is crazy.
I think Mr. Cook can
I can respond to Commissioner Miller's question if you'd like, or if you...
Sure, go ahead.
There's a distinction, I think, that needs to be made in terms of the $397,000 that you and others read in the paper. That was provided, and that amount is accurate in response to a request for amounts paid for investigative services. And that investigative services term really is broader than private investigators. And in response, in an attempt to provide full information to a public records request, as we try to do, we provided all payments made under the category investigative services. The bulk of that money, $300,000 plus, went to, as Commissioner Miller indicated, a provider who provides our claims adjustment services, so that when we have claims against the city for everything from workers' compensation to vehicular accidents involving city vehicles, that provider is the claims adjuster and provides services in that regard. That's provided under a contract that's titled Claims Investigative Services, so clearly identified as claims or as investigative. The balance, less than $80,000, is to investigators, which would include private investigators of this sort, but also, even in a workers' compensation case, the York, who provides the primary service, does not do any surveillance at all. If we had a workers' compensation case where we needed to make sure that an individual with a claim of a back injury on the job has a side job as a roofer, we would need to investigate that, so that that $397,000 is not private investigators of the sort that might be assumed just in looking at this one instance.
Commissioner Muschin.
I was going to say a little more.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ziffer. You're right. Sorry about that.
This thing has been elevated to a place that is really inappropriate. Of all the things going on in this community, in this city, and in this county, and in this state, and this country, this thing has become far greater than what the issue is. And the issue is, and I'm going to remove what's happened over the last couple of weeks, is a mistake was made. There are two parts. Our part. I'm going to deal with our part. A mistake was made. It took a while to rectify. We admitted fault. We've asked for receipts. We're more than happy to pay for these. We should pay the man when receipts are provided and move on. Because this is, excuse me, I want to say one more thing. Wait a minute. And I would appreciate it. There is a certain degree of decorum that we require inside this room. And I would appreciate it, and we've done pretty well, but let's not get out of hand. Now, the flip side is, boy, I really like dealing in facts. And there is a lot of misrepresentation going on. So I'm going to ask our city attorney one quick question, because I see Stephanie Jackson and your son here. Are we following these people?
Absolutely not.
So I'd like to keep with the facts, because I got to tell you, that's really creepy when we start talking about following people. Okay, decorum. This has gotten elevated, in my opinion, and others may disagree, to a point where we need to deal with this and move on. The facts are important. A mistake was made. We've admitted that. We'd like to rectify it. On the other hand, these pictures are really disturbing. They are disturbing to me. I hadn't seen them before, but they're disturbing to me. I think quite frankly, Dr. Jackson, you need to come to terms with what happened there. But this is a simple code violation that has become probably the biggest legal matter that this city has faced in quite some time, and it's not. And this bothers me that it's been elevated to this point. So I would like to solve this problem as quickly as we can and move on.
Commissioner Muschin.
Well, I mean, just a couple of thoughts. I mean, one is that, you know, I always find it useful to substitute the word taxpayers for city. When you sue the city, okay, you sue the taxpayers, and we defend it. And we take what measures that we need to do, and we have, you know, a risk management lady that is a tough lady, and she will, and which we should have. I think that's what we wanted. So I'm not as offended about that, you know, I mean, that we hire investigators periodically. I mean, I think that's probably, you know, people try and scam us sometimes. But in this particular instance, a couple of things. When somebody is a critic of the city, and there are people out there, I think we owe it as kind of a matter of fairness and perception to be extremely careful that we're being straight up and not giving the appearance of going after somebody. And I don't think we've done that here. And I would agree. I mean, I would think that I could, you know, that we ought to be able to settle this pretty quickly and be done with it. And the compound, I'll leave it to the code enforcement people on that. I'm not sure I'd want to live next door to the compound either, but we'll, you know, and the last thing is, and I appreciate the good work and legal ability of the assistant city attorney, but I don't really, I mean, it puts us in an awkward position to have something like this where it's like we're presenting evidence and the other side really doesn't have a chance, and we're kind of, what are we doing here? So I understand, you know, wanting to explain what we've done, but I don't really want to do this structure again if we can help it. So,
Commissioner Gillum.
Yeah. So I want to join my colleagues in expressing my, I think, significant disappointment that we took this situation to this level. I don't have a problem with us hiring private investigators to defend taxpayers against fraud in the system. To make sure that we don't lose money, taxpayer money, unnecessarily. I am most disappointed about this because Mr. Jackson has cost the taxpayers of this city thousands of dollars in his previous claims that we have done something unethical. We've had to hire lawyers. We've had to defend ourselves. We had to defend our integrity. We've had to go down to the Ethics Commission. And again, it's all to yield no findings whatsoever against any one of us up here today, or in the history of this commission, a complaint being yielded that's been validated by the Ethics Commission. Not one, but we paid, the taxpayers have paid for this gentleman's grievances, be they political motivated or otherwise. So my biggest disappointment is that we actually took taxpayer dollars, thousands of taxpayer dollars possibly, in this situation, again, at the expense that Mr. Jackson has caused the taxpayers. And that's without regard to who you hired and the credentials of them. I think all of that deserves a second look. But the facts of this situation are that Mr. Jackson erected a structure that he is using for his business purposes on a easement that does not belong to him. I mean, I keep hearing this repeated, this is my property. You had your time, I'll have mine. This repeated, this is my property, and it is not. So we have an obligation to represent the citizens in that regard, and I get that. But to incur expenses over $4,000 possibly, or whatever the number may end up being, again, for someone who is repeatedly taxing the citizens because of his grievances that have again not yielded findings on his targets, I think is highly questionable. And I would advise that we not do that again. In fact, I would almost go as far as to say, if there are issues involving particularly this person, that it be brought to the public's attention before this commission so that it can be dealt with in that way. And I'm only suggesting that because of the the history that is involved here. If we've got to sit on this end and be accused of following somebody's family, of following them personally, that's not a cross I'm willing to bear. I didn't have a decision-making process, and I'm not that interested. I'm not that interested. So it's not for your response, Mr. Nova, with all due respect. It really is me airing out what have been, I think, days of concern. And I am shocked by the method in which this has been covered, including a very deceptive and untrue headline in today's paper, which claims that we have paid over $300,000 in private investigators, which is not true. The actual number is $80,000 in 2011. And I believe that these things ought to be reported, and they ought to be reported truthfully and fully, and not with a bend or an eye towards some sort of conspiracy here that we have an interest in Mr. Jackson beyond what is appropriate. I have none whatsoever, and I wish that we can resolve this particular matter as soon as possible.
You know, our responsibility is to treat go right ahead. Our responsibility is to treat every citizen equally and treat them the same way. And notwithstanding Mr. Jackson's statement, he has been treated that way. No better, no less than any citizen in this community. And I'll say that unequivocally. And it's difficult for me, of course, to sit up here week after week and hear somebody make false and inaccurate statements about me and my family. Without any substantiation. It's very difficult. But I've tried to be silent, and I will. I will only say this, that he has a right to free speech. I will protect his right for free speech anytime, all the time. But he does not have a right under the Constitution to be believed in anything that he says. And I think Commissioner Gillum has outlined more with regards to this than needs to be stated at this point. And I will stop.
I think we're on introduction of ordinances.
Move introduction.
Which one? What are we on?
Introduction of ordinances.
Introduction of ordinances. Let's go.
Mayor and Commissioners, we have three ordinances for introduction this evening. First is 12Z13, proposed amendments to the official zoning map to change the zoning classification from urban residential R4 to medium density MR1 zoning district to be set for public hearing on March 28th. Excuse me, ordinance 12015, amendments to the Land Development Code to extend the site plan and certain development permit expiration dates, also for March 28th. And 12.3, ordinance 12016, which establishes a permanent optional residential electric time of use rate schedule, and that also will be set for March 28th.
All those are introduced.
Thank you.
Next item.
Do you want to go to Cascades Park?
Let's take about a 5-minute break. I think we all need a slight breather, if you don't mind. Okay. Go to the restroom.
I'm not going to be there for the rest.
on 13.
13? 13.1?
13.1.
All right. Okay. We're back in order. Commissioners will be back very shortly. They're gathering, but we need to move on. I know a lot of people out here are waiting for certain things, so we want to move on and make sure we finish this at a reasonable hour, and so we can hear from as many people as we can about whatever they might want to say. Okay? Madam City Manager.
We are on item number 13.1, which is Cascades Park Amphitheater and overall park programming update. Commissioners, as you directed on February 22nd, tonight's agenda item is a follow-up conversation regarding the status of the Cascades Park construction project and the overall programming for Cascades Park. As you know, Cascades Park was envisioned at inception to be a passive urban park with walking and biking trails, and interactive fountains, scenic bridges, and open green space areas. It was designed with the recognition that flooding would periodically occur. You've already heard some of the phenomenal ideas that our public has for enhancing the park facilities. Kudos, once again, to the group that has worked on these ideas. Really, whether or not we are able to implement all of these wonderful ideas all at once, whether it requires a phasing in, that'll be part of the discussion that'll probably come back to the Commission in 2 weeks. But today we want to give the update that relates to both the history and the programming concepts for Cascades Park, and also a discussion about the amphitheater that has come forward that as part of the Cascades Park construction project, and Wayne Tedder will be presenting that. Let me ask Dee Crumpler if he would just provide an overview at the beginning, and then Wayne, if you'll jump in there at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Madam Manager, Mayor, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here tonight. We're going to try to keep this at the 80,000 foot level, and if we need to go down to the 5,000, you tell me to slow down, and we'll go down with a crop duster. As the manager has said, she's asked me to provide a quick historical reference point. And I think it's really important, because what I don't want is when the park opens for people to walk by and say, why aren't there amenities like we have at Tom Brown Park in that park? Why is the amphitheater flooded? Because as you will see and know, but again, we just felt like it was important for us to reiterate that as we move through this process, that it was a stormwater facility cleverly disguised as a park. Again, Wayne's going to come up and talk about the enhancements. I'm going to talk about the management plan and how that has changed over the last couple of months, and actually the last couple of weeks since we got the KCCI report. And I would also be remiss if I didn't. I've met with them numerous times over the last couple of months, and just a great group of people with some great ideas, and they will hopefully make my job a whole lot easier. The history of the park dates back decades. In 1999, the Economic Development Environmental Consensus Committee, chaired by a gentleman some of you might know in this room, his name was Mark Mustian, proposed a stormwater facility and a vision for the park. In a letter to now Commissioner Mustian, DEP Secretary wrote in December of '99 that renowned park planner Frederick Olmsted would endorse, quote, the holistic infrastructure and passive park concept presented by the EDEC. So that's where we started. And now the road's kind of going this way, and as you've heard, some of the Myers Park folks have come in and said, hey, it started out this way, we're kind of going this way, we need to get some direction, and we need to be careful as we manage and go through this process. With EDC vision in mind, Blueprint 2000 moved forward with a park design that consisted of recreational amenities to include trails, scenic bridges, open green spaces, and other compatible passive park spaces. As the plan for the park developed, the city in 2006, this is significant, and I was asked to mention this, began the removal of 85 tons of contaminated soil from the area. The cleanup work and mitigation has cost the city, state, and federal governments more than $11 million. Because of the nature of the park being designed to flood, more active traditional components like children play areas, ball fields, and other activity recreational features, or large ticketed events, has been described by KCCI, which can be, they were not planned for or managed for, that we have in our other 110 parks, excuse me. Moving to page 4 of your agenda, I want to talk briefly about our department's management plan. In short, original plan for the proposed passive park included the small band shell, which is now changed. Wayne's going to get up and talk about that. that was seen in Clayman Plaza, kind of as a benchmark and comparison for people at home. And for that, we asked in last year's budget of you $24,300 for the band shell and $16,000 for programming in the splash park. And our intent at the time was, again, it was going to be passive, that we were just going to roll those temporary part-time dollars into my existing special events division with some part-time dollars, and we thought that we could manage that, again, with the other 110 parks and the 379 events that they already manage each year. In recent weeks, as I said, the park program has drastically changed, and depending upon the level of increased services, the direction we received tonight from you, obviously the maintenance and special events cost can go in a whole lot of different directions. So we hope to have that discussion tonight. With the acceptance of the KCCI concept tonight and the proposal, especially the component of the 8 to 10 ticketed events, which makes it a larger event, we would need to look at a number of issues and seek commission direction in addition to, as the manager said, great job of identifying a lot of those concerns. You've seen that in the KCCI report. We've got a whole lot of other things that we're going to need to look at. Specifically, it is our belief right now, if we do those 8 to 10 events, that we would need to do an RFP and ask someone in the business to do the booking, the marketing, the managing of these larger events. And as a comparison and as a benchmark, St. Augustine has roughly 8 full-time employees that deal just with their comparably sized amphitheater. So it is a large endeavor, costing to bring these events and to manage these events. That could not be something that I could do, that I came to you last year with those special events dollars with part-time dollars. I think that's important. Last year, I also came to you in the budget proposal and asked for 5 maintenance FTE for the park, and I hate to keep saying this, but that was passive, okay? We weren't going to have a lot of people there. It's going to be a new park, so I told the manager, I think we can do it with 5 people.
But what 5 people, what are you talking about? I'm sorry.
This is just for the maintenance. Thank you, Mayor, for asking a question. This is just for the maintenance. That's the mowing, the weed eating, taking care of the 1,200 sprinkler heads that we have in the park, the sidewalks, all of that. And again, I like to do comparisons. Here's a comparison. That's 27 acres. I've got 5 people. We're going to consider that now if we go to a more active park, that it would be comparable to our chain of parks downtown with all the events that you know that we host down there. With that comes maintenance, increased maintenance, and operational issues. The acreage that I have for the downtown chain of parks and Oven Parks is 27 acres, 24 acres, excuse me. 3 acres less than Cascade Park. And I have 9 FTE equivalent for that. So if we go to a more active recreational component at Cascade Park, I would suggest to you that if we want to keep the same level of service that our customers have come to appreciate in our other parks, and especially in those high maintenance parks, that we would have to raise that number of FTE. Especially with the Discovery Adventure Garden Park, I've had meetings with them and discussions about how they would raise money for that to help fund that initially, and even help with long-term maintenance. Those are things that we would have to work through and issues and concerns. I talked about the comparison. Just a couple of other real quick things, and I'll wrap up and turn it over to Wayne. The other things that we'll need to include, and there's literally, I don't want to say hundreds, but a lot of them. For example, this would be unique if we expand the amphitheater in a flooded zone. Wayne's going to talk about how often that will potentially flood. We'd have to look at underwriting promoters, because if it rains on a Thursday night, we're not going to be able to have a concert that Friday night, potentially. We don't know until we get to wear the park, as we say, until we see how the patterns are and how it floods and what happens in the park. Police and parking enforcement. The neighbors brought some of that up tonight. Obviously, we've been talking about that, concerned with that. That could range wildly. If we have, for those of you that remember Lawrence Welk, if we have a Lawrence Welk major event, probably not that need for much police. If we have a contemporary or urban, we're going to have the need for police to help protect the neighborhood. We're going to look for trash issues, vagrancy, burglary of autos, those kinds of things that may impact that. And again, as a comparison, just this weekend, downtown, The cost for police services for the St. Patrick's Day parade, or not parade, event, will be about $7,000. So again, the more events you add, the more police and all these other incidentals start adding up. Impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. We had a great meeting last week with the neighborhood, received an email. I think you received it late this afternoon from the president of Myers Park that the majority of the neighborhood is in favor of that with, quote, reservations in large language that the neighborhood described tonight. Those are obviously things that we need to talk about. And there's surely other issues that we'll need to look at, and I'll just leave you with one. As an example, when we have the ice skating rink park out back each year on Clayman Plaza, I have to make sure that I've got enough return on my investment because I've got to come back in and resod Clayman Plaza, and to resod Clayman Plaza is $10,000. Okay? So those are all kinds of incidental things that may happen in a flooded park, and there's going to be high expectations when you come in to pay in a ticketed event. But again, those are all things that we're willing to look at. I'm excited about the potential of the KCCI report. The garden, I think, is great because I was always concerned as a Parks and Rec director that somebody was going to come by and say, hey, Dee, why didn't you think about putting something in there for, you know, a playground like you've got at Tom Brown Park? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Wayne and let him talk about the amphitheater, the proposed amphitheater. We'll obviously be here for any question and seek guidance and direction from you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. What I'd like to do, based on your direction at a recent CRA meeting, go through a few issues that you wanted me to address so that you would be prepared to discuss this in full at our next intergovernmental agency meeting, which is March 26th. Very specifically, we're going to talk about the Cascades Amphitheater, which is generally located in the area right in front of the middle of the screen here. To give you a little bit of history about the park, there are a number of unfunded amenities to date. The park right now, there's about $24 million cost to complete the stormwater improvements and the amenities that we have included in the park to date. What you see on the screen is a list of the unfunded amenities that we have at this point. Out of this list came some discussion with the TDC that said, look, we think that we could help you fund one of the facilities, one of the unfunded amenities, which was the amphitheater cover, which was generally perceived as one of the top priorities for the park. What you have in front of you is very quickly the history. The TDC approved up to $1 million to add additional amenities to the amphitheater, which included the cover as well as some other amenities, and we'll get into that in a few minutes. The Board of County Commissioners, they actually upped the value up to $1.2 million to further enhance the ability to make the use of this facility as a ticketed event. And then lastly, the City Commission did approve the $1.2 million, and since that point, staff has been working extremely diligent with a lot of community partners, is what I would call them. KCCI has certainly been in the conversation with us, COCA. We've worked with local entertainment providers. We've also dealt with or worked with entertainer venues from outside of the community to understand how amphitheaters work and what kind of changes we'd need to address to make this a true amphitheater. As Dee mentioned, the original design was basically a band shell, if you will. When you use the term amphitheater, you're really talking about a higher level of amenities that will be conducive for folks who are traveling to come through Tallahassee and have ticketed events. The items that you see on the screen here are the items that the TDC reviewed, as well as the Board of County Commissioners and the City Commission. At the time, we did not have a cost for additional restrooms, nor did we have a cost for seating near the stage. And permanent seating is a pretty popular item for ticketed events, because when you put those permanent seats closer to the stage, those are typically your higher ticket seatings. This is the design of the amphitheater roof. It is designed and actually under construction. If you walk out to the site today, you will see some very large pillars on either side of the stage. It is underway, no other way of saying that. When we were working with other community partners, also gave us an opportunity to look at maybe some design changes that would serve the local venues as well as the larger, and I say larger, the ticketed event venues. And what we found were a few changes that I initiated and approved to make this more conducive even for the local venues. And I think we've shared that for the most part with you, but for the public's sake, let me just go through them real quickly. If you noticed on this screen here, you see a set of risers in the back. The way the amphitheater was originally designed was have a two-front, if you will, have smaller venues where you could face towards the risers, and then you could have the larger events and turn out towards the open field area. What we have found was where the risers are, most of the partners, community, as well as the ticketed events needed a place for storage behind a screened area. So what we did was allow for storage to be located within those riser areas. So we removed those risers, and here's a screenshot here. We removed those risers, and where you see the kind of grid system is a concept of having a grid system that would be able to hold lighting, speakers, and such. But that structure would also support a screen, if you will, to create a backstage, so that those areas could be used for storage. A couple of other minor changes. There really wasn't a true front for this stage. There was a set of stairwells, and we can kind of go right back. Excuse me. If you notice in the center of the stage where that red area is, there is a set of steps. Either side of that was a handicapped accessibility ramp. Basically, to make this a more stage-like setting, all the local community partners said we really need to square up the stage, lift the stage up as high as possible, and we looked at options to shift the stairwell both to either side of the stage and the handicapped accessibility ramp around to stage right. Those design changes were approved by me, and they are actually under construction. Now, going through the facts and issues that the Commission wanted me to address real quickly: flooding of the amphitheater, the additional construction costs for these amenities, impacts to the neighborhoods, which Dee has touched on, and coordination of construction schedules. In other words, when will this park be ready to be utilized, and what are the surrounding construction projects around the site that may impact the opening of the site. And Dee has already touched on the Cascades management and maintenance. Let's look at the flooding real quickly. What you have on the screen here, that's the site plan of the park. And what we've done, we've used data from the City Stormwater Division to say, okay, in what rain events, what will the actual storage of water look on this site? For this slide here, you have 4.2 inches of rain, and I'm just going to put it in inches of rain versus storm events, so it's a little bit more logical to understand for you.
Wayne, for the sake of everybody in the audience, could you point out where the amphitheater is?
Yes, ma'am. That's a good point. The amphitheater is located right here.
For my sake, can you point out the site of the new site for this garden, the adventure garden?
We're looking at right up in this area.
Okay, thank you.
When you said 4.2 inches, is that in an hour or 6 hours, 12 hours a day? Or?
It's a 2-year, 8-hour storm event.
Okay.
Okay, if you pour 5.5 inches of rain in this facility, what you begin to see is a little bit of rain start, or flood waters encroaching into the amphitheater area where the sidewalks enter into the seating area. Here's what 6.2 inches looks like. You begin to get a flood event inside the park, inside the actual seating area, but no water actually comes above the stage. Here's 7.4 inches of rain. Water actually begins loading on top of the stage at this point. And then here's 8 inches of rain. And then here's the 100-year storm event, the worst case scenario that is anticipated or modeled. Water is on the stage in this event, and please understand, this facility is designed and constructed to be flooded. Mm-hmm. So it's not unusual that you see the rain event here. Just to help you understand how the flooding occurs in this park, water does not just pour through the center of the park and rush through the facility. What you haven't seen is for months there has been a box culvert that has been constructed from the intersection of Lafayette Street and Franklin Boulevard, runs underground through the site along this area and out to where Boca Chuba is to be located, the outfall of the pond. The way the facility is designed is once this pond fills up and can no longer take the capacity, the water slowly starts backing up into these areas. We expect that under worst case scenario, this facility will draw back down to normal levels within 3 hours. Now you ask, well, how often will it flood to those levels? And what we've done is taken historical data, flood event data for the city of Tallahassee, and we started plotting those according to the elevations of the amphitheater area as well as the stage area. The 91 elevation is where you see the actual sidewalk into the amphitheater. 93 is the actual elevation of the stage. One thing of kind of particular notice when you look through here, a lot of the flooding events that get above those levels are June, July, August. So I think that's a pretty good indicator is when you're planning events for this area, you need to pay attention to the historical data. Now over a period of time, let me, just a couple of slides here. Let me just get to the final one. If you took all the rain data that we have for the past 25 years, you'd say how often would this facility have flooded under those rain events? What we have is a total of 12 events that would have flooded the amphitheater seating area. 4 events would have flooded the actual stage elevation. And again, that's over a 25-year period. So you're looking at 16 events that would have impacted that amphitheater area. Okay, looking at potential costs for additional amphitheater options, let me real quickly kind of go through the options that would be included with the amphitheater for ticketed events. All the venues said some sort of backing or screening was important, so that was an item that we put in there. Whether it's a hard wall, someone like the Tallahassee Symphony would actually use a hard wall to project the sound into the audience. That's not necessarily the case for some other venues where you could use amplified systems.
So and that's not included at this point in the project, or is?
It is included in the funding amount that is provided by the TDC.
Okay.
And we'll get to a slide that shows you the cost at the end of the options here. Permanent seating was a big issue for ticketed events. Again, that's the higher cost tickets located adjacent to the stage. This is an area that we've had set aside for those. We figure we can put 1,500 seats within that area. And again, keep in mind, this amphitheater has always been designed for 3,500 to 4,500 people. Nothing changes as far as people-wise, number of people for this amphitheater under these options. Here's an example of the amphitheater in St. Augustine. Basically hard seats. This one is actually covered. In this area, we do not have the ability to cover the seats. We have talked to a local vendor who provides these types of seatings. We'll actually bring you an example of that at our IA meeting in March 26th. A grid system. What you have for the ticketed events is the need to be able to locate the infrastructure, if you will, for those venues. These grid systems actually are used for mounting light systems, sound systems, the whole 9 yards. What we did find was that there could be some benefit to the local venues by having this facility in place. And certainly if we provide some standard lighting, as you see in this one here, could be utilized for the local venues without any cost to them to come in and rent that equipment and place it in the amphitheater. Here's probably the biggest ticket item here is the Meridian Point building. This is an area that we all hope will redevelop at some point. Wish it was sooner than later, as you will see by the next slides. I think it's fair to say and I think the agenda item referred to this, if not everyone, most everyone views this as a very unattractive background for the center part of Cascades Park. One of the options, regardless of what we talk about, and there's a slide here that's depicted, by the time the park opens, if the building's still there, I'd still like to seek the intergovernmental agency's authorization to look at a way to screen this facility so that it is an attractive facility at the central part of our park. And I think you'll see that in this slide. This is the amphitheater area. The Meridian Point building's located right here. It is, in fact, we couldn't even finish building out the central plaza area because of the structures here. But looking at the existing floor plan of the Meridian Point building, this is it. What we have found is the structure is actually in pretty good condition. It may be very viable for an interim reuse facility. Right now, there's a lot of storage in this large area here. The rest of the rooms seem to be all vacant. Here's some illustrations inside. And by talking of reuse, for ticketed events, there's a need for a loading area to get equipment out of trucks and centrally located. There's actually a loading dock located on this facility. There's also a room that has a high ceiling, and I know when we toured the building with COCA, they were pretty interested and said, wow, this looks like a facility that we could even utilize for some of our events. So what would this facility look like if we did a reuse plan? And what we have identified as general cost somewhere between $100,000 and $300,000 to transform this facility into a usable facility for ticketed events. You notice an area up here for restrooms, an entry foyer here, some administrative offices, storage, a performing arts area, maybe it's a rehearsal area on days that we're not having performers or weekends that we're not having performers at the events. And then green rooms and theater with access to the theater and amphitheater area. Also, potential for a cafe area. If you notice this red line here, this is just a concept rendering of a screening technique, if you will, of the building, and I'll show you some illustrations here. Using some of the motifs of the history fences planned to be on the site, as well as the other elements in the park, including the walls that have this Native American symbolization on there. There could be some very temporary facade treatments, and I'm going to flip through a couple of just ideas. It ranges from the very plain to the pretty funky. And Dee just wanted me to remind you all again that this building is right behind the stage area. So there's various treatments that can be considered for that facility.
Did you mention that we don't own that building?
No, ma'am, but that's a good point.
Yes, we don't own it.
Oh, we don't own that building?
Yeah.
That is correct. It is on one of the properties that the state has listed as a property to be disposed of. And the order, as I understand, goes to other state agencies, county governments, and then city governments, and then beyond that. So that is an issue, regardless if you intend to make this into a ticketed event. We will need to work with our partners at FSU to figure out a way if this building can be utilized in the interim, or if it sits there till some time as the property comes into ownership of the county or the city for redevelopment purposes. Here are some of the basic needs that are required for ticketed events. Changing rooms, this is really nothing fancy, is what we've kind of found is they're really not looking at elaborate rooms for these events. Restrooms, again, they're not looking for anything fancy, just your basic facilities.
Unless you have Dolly Parton. You better have a good
Also, you got to feed the crew, and so there's a need for areas for that. Permanent restrooms, as we indicated in one of the slides, there is an opportunity to put restroom facilities in the Meridian Point building, but you also need to look at the surrounding parts of the park. I think for most events, portables will probably be a preferred option. However, the one thing to keep in mind in consideration is that your electric building, you also have to have restroom facilities for that building. And I'm not sure if we got the slide. You can't see it. But on the other side of this is just something that we'll probably need to discuss internally for staff reviews. And once the RFP goes out, and I'll get to that in just a few minutes, there will need to be the ability to plumb that facility, whether you do it on the outside edge, on the backside of this space. It's a great area that lends itself to doing that without taking up any of the valuable rental area within inside the building. Okay, here's the cost. What I've have done here by working with all the folks through the our local partners, as well as what is necessary for a ticketed venue. You see the check boxes for each of those. Many of the amenities for ticketed venues could also be utilized for the local venues. But when you look at the bottom line for our cost estimates, and again, the one unknown we really do not have is the ability to cost out the Meridian Point building unless we get a designer involved and go through those iterations and say exactly what do we want that space to be. But under a scenario that we hit a midpoint range, we're talking about $1.169 million. Again, going back to the Board of County Commission and City Commission action, we have up to $1.2 million currently to work in. Okay, Dee touched on the impacts to the neighborhood. We did have a good meeting with some of the neighborhood representatives, and we did encourage them. That's why you have them here tonight. We encourage them to come out to this meeting to identify any additional concerns that you have. I know that my office, the Blueprint office, is actually receiving those comments, and we'll include all of those comments in your agenda packets for the 26th IA meeting. All right, construction timing. For all the items that are in and around the park, we're looking at Cascades Park being substantially complete by December of 2012, this year. What I mean by substantially complete, there will be a number of small items that will have to be done over the period of the next 2 months. Things like maybe repairing cracks in sidewalks, putting out chairs, tables, touching up landscape. That stuff takes time because Dee will tell you there are a lot of those items throughout the park. Franklin Boulevard, we'll have it done certainly by the end of this year. The electric building, it's going out for bid, hopefully in the next week or two. Coal Chute Pond, this is one we've talked about in some of our briefings with you on IA, which is down the road, not necessarily related, but it is related to some degree. September of this year. We're looking at segment 3A, which is the box culvert between Monroe and Adams Street, to be completed by October of 2013. And then we're looking at the Capitol Cascades Connector Bridge to be completed by October 2014. Now, just to let you know, for the Capitol Cascades Connector Bridge, that cannot really begin until this box culvert is completed under segment 3A. So that's kind of our trigger for when we start the improvements under that scenario. Kind of real quickly, Franklin Boulevard, Lafayette Street. This is a county project. They're going to be doing some stormwater and sidewalk improvements along this roadway. Their schedule shows them being completed December of 2012. So we think timing for all of those roadways that lead up to the park are right in line for when we think we can open the facility, which in the agenda item we said we were going to try to shoot for a March for the actual opening event, if you will. Now, don't get me wrong. I think during the month of December and January and February, the park's going to look complete for a lot of folks. A lot of the landscaping is going to be out of there, be completed, but there's going to be a lot of small things that we have to get beyond. Just a real quick slide of where we are on all the construction activities. Box culvert complete. Retaining walls, there were 58 of them. We're 95% complete with those. Capitol Cascades Park Lane, which is located here, is complete. Parking lots for DOT and over in this area are complete. Utility relocations, we're at 70% complete. The two big ponds, the South Pond here, and then Smoky Hollow Pond up in this area, about 60% complete. And then the park amenities that we have funded, which is the bathhouse and the amphitheater, up to 20% complete. Okay, and as I mentioned, we'll be substantially complete by December 21st.
All right, any comments, questions, commissioners? Commissioner Muschin.
Thanks, Dee and Wayne. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what I wanted in terms of just an update and understanding some of this. I've got a couple of thoughts and observations, and both kind of relate to the amenities at the park and kind of what you described in terms of us moving the vision of this a little bit from passive park to more active, you know, including the amphitheater, including the garden and that sort of thing. And I think that I'm supportive with a couple of conditions of at least giving that a thorough look. I mean, on the amphitheater side, I think we have some challenges in terms of the neighborhood being so close, in terms of it being outdoors, in terms of the railroad being right there. But having said that, I mean, I think it's worthwhile our time, and I appreciate KCCI kind of forcing this issue up a little bit, is, well, how exactly who is going to use this, and what do we anticipate, and let's get everybody on board as to what we're going to do there before we rush off and do something. So I'm hoping that over the course of the next month or two, we can get the neighborhood involved, get KCCI, get our staff, and kind of help figure out. I'm envisioning somewhere that we're between a facility that can only be used by, you know, the 7th grade cloggers, you know, nothing against them, and some kind of full-scale concert event, which we probably is not going to work. So something in between there, if we can get that, is kind of where I'm envisioning we could get to. On the garden, I think, you know, if we are going to do something that's not completely passive, that probably makes as much sense to me as anything, particularly because we don't have a lot of stuff for little kids here. And as Dee pointed out, I mean, we don't even have a jungle gym in the park anywhere. So, I mean, if we can do something that's, you know, kind of along the lines of suggested, natural, but with a bunch of, you know, kid-friendly stuff, I think would be smart to do that. The flip side of all of this is the money part of it. And I'm, you know, kind of to the point that beyond the 5 people that we already have in the budget, whatever else we do operationally either has to come from the TDC as part of the amphitheater thing, or somewhere else out of the parks budget where we say we're just not going to be able to do some other stuff we're doing in order to do this at Cascades. And I hate to say that, but in reality, I think that's really the only way it gets done. Right. So on you know, I'll let you guys, you know, weigh in, but that's kind of my thoughts on where we are.
Commissioner Ziffer. He had his hand up.
Bear with me because I've got notes all over because they've been generated from the earlier presentation by KCCI. I want to thank them because I didn't have the opportunity earlier. What you have done is an amazing thing because, quite frankly, it's about as thorough as a presentation, because I read your book, as I've seen when it comes to an outline of what could be. And have not been involved with the park as long as Commissioners Muschin and Miller, but it's been about 5 years, and I can tell you everything you've done is what I've thought of we could potentially do there, and it's on steroids, which is a very good thing, because we've talked about how this is the center of our community, north, south, east, west, and it represents an opportunity for this community to come together even more than we already do, because we don't have that special place. Like Orlando has Lake Eola, and Atlanta has Centennial Park, and all the great places in our country typically have a place where you can meet and gather and do things, and that's what Cascades Park can do. So I want to thank you all for doing that. The first thing I thought of when the discussion about the expansion stage occurred was, we're going to hear from Jeannie Connor. And sure enough, we did. And that's a good thing. That's a historic neighborhood for us. It's a neighborhood that, quite frankly, because several years ago there was some talk about some development at Capital City Country Club, and the roads there can't handle a lot of traffic. That's not what they're designed for, and I think we as a community have come to the conclusion we need to protect areas like that. In fact, I think, isn't there a historical overlay in that area? What? We're doing everything we can to protect that area. So I think rather than, which is her concern, we find out the problems later, we need to get way ahead of those and to come to conclusion how loud this is going to be. I am probably of the same place she is, and that is I just as soon not be able to hear it in her backyard. I think we need to do everything we can. And from what I understand from sound engineers, we can, or they can do that. So noise is important, controlling it well in advance before the first concert, and also dealing with traffic. The budget. This is clearly a very substantial park, and it is becoming even more substantial. It is a IA project. And I would suggest, quite frankly, because I know that this is coming, because I'm on the TDC board, and that has to do with who's going to manage all this. I think there's some effort on the part of the TDC to be more involved, Tourist Development Council, with the management of the stage. It has always been understood that I think the City of Tallahassee was going to be managing the sewer parks and recreation. I am totally opposed to a split. I don't think it makes sense. I think we get into a lot of right-hand, left-hand. We really need to have a concerted effort, so whatever's going on in the stage is complemented by whatever's happening in the rest of the park, whether it's food trucks coming in or we curtail certain events in other areas because we know we're going to have an awful lot in certain areas because of the staging. But I think it's important that one entity manage this park. But because of what it's become, and I will put this out there, I think, quite frankly, some of these management expenses should be shared with the county. This is a substantial park. I think this has become far greater than any of us anticipated. The costs are significant, and I think we probably ought to reach out to our friends over the county and start to talk about how we're going to pay for this, because these are substantial costs. I like the Discovery Garden. On the flip side, though, I am of the same mind as Commissioner Muschin, and that is it is an expense that is not budgeted out of the $1.2 million because that's for the stage. But this is the chicken and the egg, and that is if we don't give them approval to at least conceptually move forward, they can't raise money. So I think we have an opportunity, if it so pleases the rest of the commission, is conceptually, very conceptually, approve what they're doing. They need to come back to us in 90, 120 days, present what's really going to happen there, what we can really afford to have happen there, and also give us some idea of, if not who you already have commitments from that point, how you're going to raise the money, because we're going to be relying on you, if we're doing this, to raise that money. It all has to come from outside sources. So perhaps we could do something like that where we ask them to come back and show us what it's going to look like and how much it's going to cost. People have concerts, vendors, promoters, because they make money. And so potentially these 8 to 10 events we're going to have there could conceivably also make money. And so we may be able to pay for some of these additional costs like law enforcement, and a lot of the other things that we're talking about here through these concerts or events we might have there. I will say I've already been approached. I am one of the original board members from the Southern Shakespeare Festival, believe it or not. And I was approached this past week by a group from Florida State University, the English department. They want to resurrect the Southern Shakespeare Festival, and they want to have their first one in June of 2013. And they want to bring it back. They want it for the entire month, and they're willing to pay for it. That's a good thing. I think the sooner we start to, and hopefully we'll do it tonight, accept conceptually what has been presented to us, we can start to reach out and accept and start to plan for events like this. I am of the belief, going back to how this is managed, not only should it be managed by one entity, I think we need to hire a coordinator to manage this park. And this is me, I am of the belief, because it is a special events person, and I think we're equipped for it. I think it should probably come out of maybe our communications department here, and I'll tell you why. The success of this park is going to be from people knowing what's happening there. And we have a TV station that can do that. And the TV station is operated by our communications department. And I can't think of a better way, being in the business, for us to utilize that service to let people know what's happening at that park. And I know I've said a whole lot here, and I apologize. And I think that's about it. So I've covered a lot of issues. I think we probably ought to look to the county to possibly share expenses. I'd like to go ahead and give KCCI conceptual approval on their garden, pending a report back in 90 to 120 days with what it's actually going to be and how they've raised money for it. And I think that's about it.
All right, so you're making a motion.
Well, there are a couple different motions there.
Yeah,
I'd like to make a motion. Let's see what the motion would be. To approve the KCCI Discovery and Adventure Garden conceptually, have them report back to us in 120 days on what this will really look like, working with our Parks and Recreation Department and showing us some of the money they've collected. That will be my first one.
Well, are we ready for a motion yet on anything?
I don't know.
jump in here?
Hang on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Well, the reason is that I do think we're talking about a number of things all in one wad. And I would like for us to talk about the garden, make a decision, talk about the report, at some other aspects of it, if you want to accept it. I don't know what we're appropriate move we make there, but and then I want to talk about the management piece of it. So why don't we go ahead, if that's all right?
Go ahead, because I got some
I'd
things I want to
second the motion to approve the garden, but I do think that they are going to be able, I've been working pretty closely with these folks and even been out on the site and walked around and talked to the contractor and so on. And there are a couple of reasons why it's important to conceptually approve this and to let them get on with their work. And I'm pretty sure they can come back with a report much sooner than 120 days. The reasons why are that the contractor is out there grading the site as we speak. And he is able to grade it. He had actually even asked for a grading plan for the garden last week so he could incorporate it into his work. And so that's an expense that we will not incur if we go ahead and get some concrete ideas on the table. Secondarily, there was a plan to just sod the first area that they had chosen. And it is much easier not to spend the money on sod that you'd have to dig up later. You just mulch the entire area. So these are the kinds of things in planning for this garden that a decision sooner is going to be much more important than a decision later. And then there's the fact that every single day that we postpone a decision, they can't fundraise. So for that reason, I'd like to give them conceptual approval. I know that they've been in touch with Dee, talking to him about, and also we asked Hilda Gilchrist to come out and meet us on the site, because what I wanted to hear from her and have her input into their design early on, and also with Dee, is what can you do that will be easy to maintain? What can you do that will be basically not a whole lot more to maintain what's tough? I mean, Hilda landscapes all over town, and so she knows what grows in the medians of the highway with no attention and all that. So that's why I would like to try to get them going at this point if we can, and ask them to come back. I don't know how soon you can come back with some more detail.
I don't know if that takes a motion or not. I think we all look at that favorably. This was not here for any particular vote or not, but...
Well, but I do think that they need some kind of affirmative indication if we're going to start raising money. So I'm fine. I wonder if we could add a friendly amendment that we ask the Parks and Rec Department to identify what they think best guess on additional operating costs for this are, and find something, something within the parks budget that we won't do if we're doing this, if there is an additional cost.
Agreed. And I think that's what the entire proposal needs to be. It needs to encompass what the maintenance costs are going to be in addition to the construction costs, and then a report on how they raise money. So I think
conceptually we understand, and I think we can draft something consistent with what has been discussed. There's a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
Okay. I guess the second thing was really more of a policy discussion, which would have to do with reaching out to the county. And I don't know how to do that. Maybe we talk about it at the IA meeting. I think since I've raised the issue, clearly there's going to be a discussion. I think the management of this is vitally important. Not only is it having someone that understands special events and promotion, but it's also the ability to work with a contractor that understands how to book concerts. I mean, this is what we're talking about is a pretty substantial project and management. And so I think it needs a lot further discussion, but I would like to include the county in this discussion because it is a park that's going to serve all residents of our county and in the outlying areas.
But did I hear you say earlier that split management over this?
This has to do with funding. This has to do, I think, from a funding standpoint, we need to work together.
Well, I have a feeling those will be connected by the county.
Yeah.
What I'd suggest is I agree. I think that we need some participation by them, and we probably need some thoughtfulness and maybe a little flexibility in management. I mean, I would tend to agree, particularly if on the concert ticketed event piece, that isn't something we really do. I mean, we should get somebody else to do that. And I would think the county would be in the same position that, so I don't know. We might want to put a little thought into what we suggest to the county in terms of doing that. But I think they're going to, you know, if we're asking for their money, they're going to want some kind of role in it.
I think they're already going to ask for that because they're basically putting $1.2 million into it.
I think that's right.
Well, I wanted to point out that we do have an experienced park department that knows how to manage probably a lot of what is going to go on here. I mean, a green market, a Shamrock Run, a community service, that's a church service, Sunday morning sunrise service, Monday matinee, you know, yoga. There are a lot of things. As Dee mentioned, he has the ability to manage all over town and all the parks, the runs, 379 events a year. I am concerned that we make sure that all aspects of this park are handled by people that are experienced. And in this particular area, I think it's going to be hard to find people that are more experienced than our own parks people. They had developed a plan to manage the park to a certain point. My preferred option after weeks and weeks of reading this and listening to everybody talk is basically in the KCCI report, they've suggested several different management structures. And I think one is a foundation or a nonprofit, another one is a private contractor, another one is a government employee, you know, a combination of the above. And I think that what I would really like to see is that we manage this park and all of its parts the way that we expected to, and some entity is formed, including the county and the city, that basically is in charge of this new development that's come up over the last 4 months. Now, I don't think anybody should be scheduled, I mean, anything should be scheduled without the Parks Department schedule, that they would be the go-to, they would be the people that would keep the schedule. And if someone wanted to book something, they called Parks and said, we're looking to book this on X day. Will that work for you? So that's where, and just like the St. Patrick's Day celebration, they come to Parks and say, okay, we want to have this event. They hire, they pay the fees, they pay the permitting or whatever is involved, and they have their event. So that way and that way we don't incur any more costs than we expected up to this point, or up to the point of November, and anything above that pays for itself. So just wanted to throw that out there since you've already thrown yours out.
Bunch out.
I realize we're talking about a lot of conceptual things on how this park is going to work. Let me discuss one substantive thing I would like to see, if we could, an interactive water park for kids where those fountains go up and down. You know, I think if you want to get kids out there and doing things, you put one of those things out there somewhere in any kind of, I don't know if you can do that, or if that's possible.
Mayor, that is a funded amenity that will be included.
Wow. Okay.
It's part of the current construction.
All right, great. I'll check that one off. What I'm concerned about, what everybody else is concerned about, is, you know, how we're going to pay for all of this. And I don't know, does this, and this is just a conceptual question, can this be run as one of our enterprises?
Could it be? Yes,
Yeah.
it could be.
Does that make any sense to see whether or not it could be run as an enterprise? We do our golf course like that, we do the cemetery like that, we do a lot of things like that, and see whether or not it is something conceptually, again, that can be done as an enterprise, because this is something that's very, very unique to what we're doing here. And I don't know if it makes any sense or not, but I think I'd like for somebody to take a look at it.
Are you referring specifically to the amphitheater and concert operation, or the park as a whole?
I'm talking about the whole thing.
That probably limits some of the various activities that would have been outlined just for public use.
Well, maybe just the amphitheater. I don't know. But and then the other thing I'd possibly explore is a public-private partnership of some sorts, because there are a lot of private entities out there would like to maybe get involved in something like this, and we might want to explore some sort of public-private partnerships. I know that there are a lot of entities out there. I attended a conference about 2 weeks ago related to public-private partnerships, and that is a possibility as far as management is concerned, and then you don't lose all that. But those are things I think we need to take a look at.
I would be reluctant to do that simply because of the neighborhood concerns and the traffic concerns.
What do you mean?
Well, I think if, as a government and as individuals and as elected officials, we're immediately responsible for the loud noise, I think we're probably going to be more likely to be concerned rather than potentially a private partner.
How does that affect? I'm not quite sure I understand how does it affect a public-private partnership. In terms of running and in terms of maintenance, I'm not so sure. I don't see any difference. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's worth considering.
Also, this is a stormwater pond. I mean, if we transfer the ownership of this entire thing over to some other person,
not turning the ownership over.
Well, I know, but just while you're considering what to do, this is. Remember that, and as far as I can tell, city staff is in charge still of managing that aspect of it. So we got two things here. We got a park, which is supposed to be a secondary ancillary use, and then we've got the stormwater pond itself. So
I guess my concern is, how are we going to finance this whole operation? It's a wonderful, wonderful thing that we have in the community, and we need to be creative, in my opinion, in terms of how we're going to do the maintenance, how we're going to do the operations and maintenance of it. If we have the ability through taxpayers' dollars to do it, great. I don't have a problem with that. But if there's some other creative way that we can look at how we maintain and operate this thing, I think we ought to take a look at it. That's all I'm saying. And those are some things that we can take a look at. I would suggest just take at least put that as a part of what we take, what we want. And I think Commissioner Mustin is correct. If we're going to get $1.2 million from the county, I can't see them agreeing to get $1.2 million without some significant involvement in it. I mean, that's just a fact. And I don't blame them, quite honestly. So I'm just saying creatively, if we want to maintain, as suggested, that the control remains in one entity, we're going to have to find some creative ways to do that. And I just think we ought to do that, especially on the financing piece.
Mayor, just one last thing in terms of the programming. I mean, I'm comfortable going forward with kind of additional amenities and programs potentially geared towards the bandshell amphitheater and this little special garden. But some of the other things that have been suggested, I mean, and we kind of are gone from a passive park way to the other side of every single thing is programmed. And so I talked with Wayne about this today. I mean, I'm really at this point, any other programming for right now, we need to kind of get our act together on what we're doing before we agree to, the yoga classes and the, church services and all this stuff there.
Commissioner, Dee has already shared with me that he is already getting calls from people who want to, and Commissioner Ziffer mentioned the Shakespeare Festival. I mean, people are already calling, wanting to have their events. Would you share this with everyone? Already calling his office, asking to schedule their events next year.
I believe you. I really truly believe
it. But again, and part of that gets to be, well, do we have to tell them, yes, there's a fee for that? And
that's what has to be worked.
So there's a whole bunch of,
Thank you.
There's no question
here.
Yes, that's true.
That's why the sooner we determine how this is all operated, we can then give direction of what's going to be appropriate and not appropriate. Total agreement. We can't start committing anything to anyone, but it is, if it's March of, let's say, 2013, we're a year away.
1 year away.
And people like the symphony, for example, or whoever, their calendars, they're a year out. And so I think it would be important for us, to, if nothing else, maybe within your department, and maybe you, to start keeping a list of the people that call in so we know who to call back to, because they're going to start to come in, particularly since after we've had an hour or 2 hour discussion in different ways, either through KCCI or through staff tonight on this park, and we're going to be talking about it IA, so clearly it's out there. I've seen sod going down. I know there are palm trees going in. But no, we have to resolve this, and this commission needs to have some oversight as to what we're really going to have there. So I'm in agreement completely. And we're not in a position today to move anything forward further than what we have as far as conceptually with KCCI. But we need to start internally, staff, not us, but staff needs to come back to us with some options. And like I said, I'm sure this will come up at the IA meeting.
I think you're absolutely correct. And we, are there any other motions or anything we need to do at this point in time? Other than that,
the only thing that I want to say is that basically I've been assured that not only will this come up in the IA meeting, but that we will be expected to decide this in the IA meeting. So that's why, I mean, I'm just telling you that that's the state of affairs, and it has to be decided at some point. I'm not trying to rush anybody into anything. I'm just saying that we have got to address this, and the sooner the better.
Next item.
Thank you.
Did you vote on the conceptual, or did you decide you didn't need to?
We did.
Okay.
We did.
All right. The next item, Commissioners, is the discussion of ratification of award to Frenchtown Community Development Corporation. And Commissioners, this action is recommending your approval of an agreement with the Frenchtown Community Development Corporation to provide $204,500 to construct 3 affordable housing units. Michael Parker is here to answer any questions that you might have on this item.
Any questions on this?
No, I'll move the item.
Second.
All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Next item.
The next item is item number 13.3, which is a discussion of supplemental appropriation for electric accounts receivable project, which is College Town. And Commissioners, this item is a supplemental appropriations request from the electric utility. As you know, College Town, the development is moving forward. There's certain work that our electric utility will need to perform in order to support that development, and a portion of the work has been requested by College Town, including the conversion of the existing overhead circuit along portions of Woodward and Madison to be underground. This work is not required for the city to serve that new development, and under the city's ordinances in these types of cases, the customer reimburses the city for these costs, and College Town has agreed to do that. However, by our operating procedures, we have to have a supplemental appropriation in order to do it and then be reimbursed by the developer.
I'll move the item.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Before you go to the next item, I have a question about this. I thought CRA funds were pledged to this particular project, and I just would like an answer at some point as to how that interacts with this from staff.
How does it interact with this particular item?
How does what's paying for what here on this thing? And a lot of this money was set aside before I got here. So
okay.
if you would like to see to have a staff presentation to me about that.
This is all reimbursed to the city at the time.
This is, yes.
Right.
Next item.
Okay. The next item is item number 13.4, discussion of request for waiver of fees associated with the certification of previously established land use conformity. And you heard one of our speakers earlier today. The item is requesting approval to waive the fees associated with the certification of previously established land use conformity. It involves 2 parcels owned by Mr. Marshall Cassidy. The request is based on direction coming out of the Long Range Planning Target Issue Committee back in November of 2011. Roxanne is here to answer any questions you might have on this item.
Any questions?
I'll move it, ma'am.
Second.
All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Next item.
The next item is item number 13.5, which is a discussion of Operation Sea Change, and it is grant acceptance and support of our See Something, Say Something, Do Something campaign. Commissioners, this item is requesting your approval to actually accept and expend a grant from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the amount of $26,261.
Any questions on accepting a grant?
I'll move it if I don't have to watch a PowerPoint about it.
No PowerPoint.
I will second that.
All in favor of that motion as modified by Commissioner Mustin, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Next item.
Next item.
I didn't know we could do that.
The next, you said you didn't know it? Yeah.
That's good.
The next item is item number 13.
Go ahead.
Point 6, discussion and approval of relocation of Macomb Street Utility Site Stormwater Facility. And this item, Commissioners, a purchase agreement for the old electric utility site on Madison Street has been assigned to American Campus Communities Incorporated. And you've heard a little bit about this in the past. This is a public traded real estate investment trust that specializes in student housing. The stormwater pond on the property has been used as an area receptacle for stormwater, and ACC will be building their own pond to accommodate their particular needs for their development. But the sale will require that we relocate another regional facility, and that's what we're asking the Commission to do, to allow part of the proceeds from the sale of this property to go towards stormwater.
I'll move the item under the condition, just because I think it's important for the public to see. If you can just show the photo of it, because...
The what?
The photo.
The photo of it.
Oh, yeah, you mean...
Of the rendering.
Yeah.
Because it is something that I think will be a special amenity on the corner across from the Civic Center. But I'm moving the item.
Second.
Don't say a word, Gabe, just show the photo. That's all you have to do.
I would like to know that one of these photos has a nice sidewalk in it here next to the building, and I want to know if that's included in the, is it going to look like this conceptual design here?
I guess you have to answer that,
That's
Gabe.
it, right there.
Really does enhance the area when they do this.
Can I flip over another one?
Let's keep moving. Yeah.
And what happened to, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
I think you got to maybe go to where, so that people can see exactly where this is, where it's going to be located. And we got to have, yeah. And kind of point out what we're looking at, okay?
Basically, the existing site is in this area right here. You see the black box? That's where the existing pond is.
Well, first of all, where you see existing pond words, that's the Civic Center parking lot.
This is Macomb. This is Macomb Street.
Right.
Here, and this is St. Augustine as it swings down and connects to Madison. The Civic Center is up here.
Right.
So at the utility site, the hotel site is down here. At the utility site, the existing pond here in black would be, the concept is to relocate it into the vacant area that we have adjacent to St. Augustine and Macomb, what was the old Madison Street alignment through that intersection.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
Move the item.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Next item.
The next item is 13.7, potential partnership between the City of Tallahassee, Leon County Schools, and No Petro for Tiger grant funding. And basically, Commissioners, grant funding is available once again through the U.S. Department of Transportation's Transportation Investment Generating Economic Recovery, better known as Tiger program. The city, pursuant to City Commission authorization in November, in partnership with Leon County and No Petro, applied for but didn't receive an award in the last funding cycle. We're asking for authority to reapply for funding in the current award cycle, again in partnership with the same individuals. If we are awarded the grant, the city would receive $4 million to purchase 11 brand new CNG Star Metro buses. And
Move the item.
Let me, just one comment. This is a classic example, and I want to commend the school superintendent, Jackie Pons, for pursuing this idea. This is a classic example of a public-private partnership.
Yes.
And how it can work and how it can be developed. And on the last item I was talking about, I suggest to you that that kind of a concept may be able to work with Cascades Park. I'm not sure, but it can be. So that's why I asked to explore it. But this was great. Jackie did a wonderful job on this. Next item. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Next item.
Next item is item number 13.8, discussion of Economic Development Council funding request for the Grow Florida program. And Commissioners, for the past 2 years, the Economic Development Council has offered business development services to eligible Tallahassee businesses through something called the Grow Florida program. This program has helped local businesses such as King Arthur Tools and Aegis Business Technologies. It's actually helped both of them expand and has resulted in some new jobs for our community. The EDC provided this program using grant funds provided by the state. Those grant funds have expired, and we are being requested to provide $35,000 for the current fiscal year to continue this program through the 2012 13-year budget adoption process. Michael Parker is here to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Beth Kirkland is also here from the EDC.
Well, Mayor, I'm going to vote against this, and not because I don't think it's necessarily a good program, but under the general theory that we don't have any money. So, I mean, this is it's not a huge dollar amount, but I mean, we can't keep saying yes to people when we don't have any money to say it with. So I'm going to decline on this one.
Anybody else?
I just wanted to say that I would like to, you're going through the budget process the next time? Okay, so is there any reason why did you not know about this, that this funding would end? Is it something the legislature ended recently?
The grant expired last calendar year. So they've been working with us. They met with the economic development target issue and worked through this process. They had actually asked for 2 years funding. We're recommending 1, and then the second year funding would have to go through the regular budget process.
But we have known about this for a little while, but not in time to apply through this budget cycle.
It was not considered as part of this current year's budget process.
Anybody else? I'm going to vote in favor of this because we took this through the Economic and Community Development, and we saw the presentation and the benefits that it can have for local businesses. And we made a commitment to support as many local businesses in many ways that we possibly can. And I think we will the potential receiving a return on this investment, this $35,000 is very good. The 2 examples that were given with King Arthur's Tools, and the other lady was, she wonderfully successful. And King Arthur Tools is just tremendously successful. And if we don't support these kinds of local businesses and incubate them, then our local efforts for local businesses is just not going to be there. I mean, so I'm very much in favor of spending this amount of money, and it is not a lot of money, to help these local businesses and continue our commitment.
I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye, but I just have to say that the only reason that I'm voting for this is because it does support local, because I understand what they do, and I think it's critically important, but I'm almost to the point where Commissioner Mushin is, where I'm done with anything else, because we have to get everybody going through our budget process. That's real important to me.
No, I understand Commissioner Mushin's position, but we've got to invest now if we don't. But anyway, we got a motion and a second, and it was 3 to 1. 3 to 1, it passes. Next item.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is item number 14, which would be our target issue updates. And I understand we have 3 today, one from Mayor Marks on economic development, followed by Commissioner Ziffer on health and human services, and Commissioner Miller on environmental and energy resources.
I got to find my economic development update. Do I have it?
I could go ahead.
Could you go?
Certainly.
Go ahead.
We met last month at the Boys and Girls Club, had a great presentation by Teresa Fleury, the director.
I got it.
Okay. Boys and Girls Club in the last year or so has increased their hours. Their daily attendance is 20% up. They don't refuse any children. I mean, there's a nominal fee, but the example they gave was a mother that had a couple of children, and she got a job at McDonald's, and the only way that she could take this job was she needed to do something with her kids. And the Boys and Girls Clubs don't turn kids away. And not only do they not turn kids away, but they really focus on growing these children. In fact, I think, as I recall in my notes, it says every child that attends the Boys and Girls Club has to do at least one public service something per month. They're teaching these kids to give back to their community, to give back to the folks that are supporting them. It's a place that's on the mend. They clearly had some financial issues a few years ago, but when you see the things that they've done down there, they're growing and they're doing great things in our community, and we were very pleased to go down there and have our meeting there. We had an update on CHSP partnership. Basically 16 years ago, the city, county, and United Way got together and formed the Community Human Resource Partnership, CHSP. Part of that was the Joint Planning Board, which is a part of the CHSP. Represented the three partners, had two advisory committees that they appointed to report back. Those reports have been made, and I will tell you, Commissioners, that we will be shortly having what the final decisions are that have come out of that. One had to do with improvements that can be made to the actual process and also needs assessment. So I would suspect probably in the next couple of months we'll have actual final findings presented to us. I know I've been saying that several times. We also had a discussion on the Change for Change program. This was started several years ago. Basically over $338,000 has been raised through the program to go to different programs and partners that are part of the CHSP process. It was originally discussed to be an opt-out program. It was going to be something tied to our utility bills. It was changed to an opt-in. Less than 2% of our customers opt into it. And so there's a discussion as to how we proceed from here, whether we market more heavily to folks to let them know that they can participate in the program. It's an opportunity for our community to step up directly, and we need to let more folks know what the Change for Change program is. And in our next meeting, we're going to talk about that a lot more thoroughly. And that is my report on Health and Human Services.
Well, mine is kind of a recap of what we've already done, and that was Choose Tallahassee. I think you all remember Ron Sachs and others came here about what's going to happen with the baby boomers and why we should move forward or invest in modestly in an attempt to make sure that we capture some of those baby boomers that are going to be retiring. And we've already approved the funding for that. We had a 25th meeting, as well as with Big Bend Works, which was the idea of President Murdaugh at TCC, Tallahassee Community College, to continue the website that they have developed in terms of assisting those who may have lost their jobs in this community, especially those in state government, and we've already approved that as well.
All right, we're moving right on into Environmental and Energy Resources Target Issue Committee. We have had actually 2 meetings since I reported to you last. The first item that we were updated on was the proposed county minimum standards. I know you probably all remember that the county charter was amended by the public about a year and a half ago to designate that the county should establish minimum environmental standards. Staff's been working on this all year long, and they have a due date of April 1st. The 140-page minimum standards ordinance from Leon County has been submitted to our city staff, and they are going to begin meeting to review this in detail. They've been involved deeply up until now, but now they've got the ordinance itself, and they're going to review it. They will determine, our staff will determine if revisions and additions to the city's land development code are needed to be consistent with the county's minimum environmental standards ordinance. Staff has asked the county to give them a 60-day extension to the April 1st deadline, just to make absolutely sure that they have plenty of time to go through this process that I just described. And in addition, our legal department is working on an interlocal agreement that will stipulate the process for reviewing future changes in the city and county code. The intent is to give the city and the county growth management directors the authority to review the changes and to make a determination of consistency in an effort not to bog down the process in the future if someone needs to change their ordinance. The second item that we've taken up was that we had a presentation on what's called the Lombardo study. This is a study of, I don't want to say the entire thing, off-site, on-site sewage treatment disposal systems. It's also called OSTEDs. These are septic tanks. A couple, 3 years ago, this government, along with Leon County and Wakulla County, commissioned this report to identify the number of tanks in the primary springs protection zone and also to study the septic tank technology and the methodology, the management options for the Wakulla Springs spring shed. They have identified the number of septic tanks in the primary springs protection zone, which is a comprehensive plan amendment that's occurred in the meantime. There are 7,600 in Leon County. There are 11,000 in Wakulla, and the city has 118 in the springs protection zone. The number of septic tanks potentially impacting Wakulla Springs fluctuates, and this is another presentation I've reported to you on. There's what is called Scenario 2 and Scenario 1, where in drier times, all the water from here and also from the west flows to Wakulla Springs, and Spring Creek closes off. That's Scenario 2. Scenario 1 is when things are normal and both springs are running. And there's a different impact from different areas, as you'd imagine, in these different scenarios. It also talks about that. So that's probably enough about that study. This City Commission will get a complete presentation on this issue next month. Finally, as you know, we've been reviewing the Tallahassee Sustainability Action Agenda, and that had several hundred target action items. It had 8 target areas. We reviewed 4 and were overwhelmed basically, and the mayor and I both have spent substantial time reviewing this work, working with staff, and we believe that the plan needs to be substantially pared down in length and scope, primarily to focus on the most important elements of it. But before we continue to review the action items, again, before we take that up again, the staff is going to put the plan into a more concise form and reorganize it, emphasizing priority areas. Any questions?
The only thing I would say is Commissioner Miller has just been really doing a yeoman's job, if you will, on the sustainability action agenda. And if we put this together like we should, it could be a monumentally good document. It really has the potential of doing a lot of things regarding sustainability.
We're on unagenda speakers.
Unagenda speakers.
We do have unagenda speakers, Mayor. The first, I think, is 2 speakers possibly together, Mike Sheridan and Al Pacini.
Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, thank you for the opportunity tonight to speak with you very briefly about an update on St. Patrick's, the 3rd annual event. It's become a very, very large event. And first of all, let me thank the Tallahassee Police Department, Parks and Recreation. Shannon Nizal at Parks and Recreation is great. Solid Waste, the Streets and Drainage, Fire and Safety, and the Electric Department. Without these folks, we can't do these events. And this one has become a big one. It's expanded. It's a 5K run, a parade, great deal of entertainment. We expect 5,000 to 10,000 people this year. We've had lots of publicity. The weather's going to be great. Any support that the city can give now and in the future with services will be greatly appreciated. It is an economic impact and a stimulus. Businesses hire double the staff downtown for restaurants, and a quarter of that as you move away from the city. The vendors hire people and buy services, and matter of fact, we're full with vendors. I couldn't take another one. So let me introduce the father of this whole thing, the father of the Fringe Benefits Management, the father of the Tallahassee Irish Society, and the father of St. Patrick's Day downtown, Mike Sheridan.
What do I do with my spare time? I'm Mike Sheridan. What we would like is and I was one of the founders of Tallahassee Irish Society. over 20 years ago. It is City of Tallahassee is sister citied with Sligo, Ireland. We've had delegates from Sligo, Ireland here in the past, including the mayor. We would like this to become an official city-sponsored, if that's the correct word. Mr. Mayor, you used the word enterprise. I don't know if that's the correct word. And to see if we can reduce or eliminate some of the fees. We want to break even this year. We do not have anybody on staff that we're paying to do this program. None. It's all being done with about 50 volunteers, and we've gone out and raised a lot of money for the program. And that's what we're attempting to kind of continue that process. And we're volunteers, and what's happened here is that the event's grown, and the city services and the police services grew beyond what we expected to. I don't think they're unreasonable at all. They're less than $10,000, but that's about 45% of our total budget. If we could have this as a sponsored program and eliminate or reduce those, and keep this as a sponsored program in the future, subject to budget submissions, that's what we would like to have you consider for tonight. Like Al said, if the weather, we expect about 5,000 people. If the weather is good and the beverage sales are good, we'll expect about 10,000 people. That's a big economic driver. And we're going to keep it on the Saturday before St. Patrick's Day. So that will be even more of an economic driver. We're here glad to answer any questions for you.
Any questions?
Other than writing any checks, is there anything we can do to help?
Well, actually, the services that are included in our involvement, in any city involvement, would be actual staffing, and the major cost would be police officers. That's going to be about $7,900 of a total $10,500 cost. The other services would be solid waste services, audio, showmobile, electric hookups, and associated permits.
So we don't have to write a check, is what you're saying?
Well, those are real out-of-pocket costs, though, aren't they?
Yes, those are real specifically the police officer services are out-of-pocket costs. Some of the other things, permits are $330. The showmobile, the rental cost that you would typically charge for that amount of time would be over $700. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's correct, $700. Trash and cleanup, about $900. We can usually move some things around as it relates to the solid waste pickup. For example, if somebody works 5 days a week, instead of having them work the first 5, we'll have them work on that Saturday, that kind of thing. We can't do that with the police. That's a solid cost that we really can't do anything about except pay those costs.
And that's overhead? I mean, overtime?
Mm-hmm.
I have to support that. You know, I need to disclose something. I'm on the board of directors of Fringe Benefits. Is that a conflict?
No, sir.
You sure?
Fringe Benefits has nothing to do with this. I'm glad you said it.
Mm-hmm.
Proud of you.
Okay. I just want to make sure because of, I have a special reason why I want to support it, and I will support doing something for this. I've been with Mike from the inception, possibly when this thing was started, and I've seen it grow to being really something well done and very, 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 very good for our community, and not the least of which my great-grandmother was Irish, so I don't want her turning over in her grave. So I'm going to support it.
Commissioners,
support something in terms of what we can do.
In case you're wondering about the cost, the event itself is pretty much an all-day event, which is why the costs are as high as they are. It starts with a run, I think. There's a parade, and then there's an all-day activity with vendors and crafts and so forth and so on.
So basically, we might be able to help with trash and some of those things, but they basically would have to cover the cost of the police, it sounds like, to me.
What we would like is for you to consider it as a sponsored event and give us no charges, but anything that you can do would help us. We want to break even. This is the third year.
You know, I was at the DIA meeting on Monday, and the chairwoman basically said that we were making money hand over fist on these events, and I'm sorry to say that I said at the time, that is not the case. These are real costs.
They are.
And so, and as I say often, we're not spending our own money. We're spending other people's. So some things that we can do, maybe moving staff around, fine, but as far as the police are concerned, especially with the overtime issue, I probably am not comfortable with that. And also, as a city-sponsored event, hopefully in the future we will be involved way sooner, and then we can work with the timing of events, and there won't be issues like the length of the time, and we can fit that all into a budget.
You're absolutely correct, Madam Commissioner. And like we said, we're all volunteers, and we didn't anticipate the growth that was coming up this year. And all we're trying to do is just to get it to break even. No money's going into anybody's pocket, and anything we can do to help us in that area would be of great value. And we will get part of the regular budgeting process in the future if you approve this as a sponsored event.
Yeah, I would, if I could jump in, I see Commissioner Mushin leaning forward. I would strongly urge, since clearly the event has grown to the size that it has, is that you also reach out and apply for a grant for the Tourist Development Council next year. I don't know. Here's my problem right now, is that it's the 11th hour, here we are. And I know that these costs were a surprise, but I'm of the same position as Commissioner Miller, and that is if we, sanitation, things like that, that are things that we can control through staffing, I think we should, but that's about as far as I can go.
Your point on the TDC is very well taken. We have to show heads in beds, and as this thing grows, that's a possibility, and we would certainly do that.
Okay.
So of the $10,561, $2,662 would be for all of the other services other than police. So is that what you're suggesting, that we approve the $2,662?
That's what I would make a motion for, yes.
Is there a second?
Well, I'll second it for the point of discussion, but I'm waiting to hear what Commissioner Mushin has to say.
Well, I thought that the other part was going to be moved around with solid waste and wasn't really going to cost us anything. Is that
That's basically what it will cost.
Okay. Well, what it will cost, even with moving people around in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to be the Darth Vader of the commission, but I have to, tell people no. I'm sorry, we just don't have any money. So I'd like to, but.
Well, we have a motion and a second.
So, okay, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. Those are actual real out-of-pocket.
They are.
I'm going to withdraw my motion. And I hate to do that. I really hate to do that, but.
We got a motion and a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And we will vote on the motion
okay.
At this point. All in favor of the motion to, I think it's allocated approximately $2,600 or so, or basically that's what it is. All in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, it fails.
Would you consider for next year, or tonight for next year, making this a sponsored event subject to budget approval?
Yes, I would.
I think you go through the normal process.
I'll make the motion to do that.
Well, that doesn't require does that require a motion?
Do not know.
You're suggesting that it be a part of the budget for next year. So that means that what you'll be hearing coming in April and May will take that project into consideration.
Yes.
For funding.
So at that point, will we have the opportunity of talking about shared costs as opposed to absorbing the entire cost or some portion of the cost? Because given the fact that we do have to pay overtime, and it's not just your event, you just happen to come on the night that we have had a lot of expensive obligations. But in general, I think that when we go down and talk about what we sponsor, we'll have to discuss this.
But just from my standpoint, I mean, I'd be willing to consider that. But again, if we take get rid of another sponsored event or somehow find, in addition to the $5 million deficit, find money to, that we're not going to do something else because we're going to do this. Because I think that's kind of where we are.
Agreed.
Yes.
Well,
discuss it, I think is what
Yeah.
I'm hearing us. We will talk about this as part of the budget process.
Okay, we had a vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Sheridan and Mr. Pacini.
Thanks
Next
for your
item.
consideration.
Next speaker is Dale Landry, to be followed by Fred Flowers.
On behalf of the membership and executive committee of the Tallahassee branch of the NAACP, I want to say greetings. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, Madam City Manager, I have come forward to express concerns regarding recent comments raised in this forum by Mr. Irwin Jackson regarding the mayor. Whereas we respectfully support individual rights regarding the First Amendment and citizen rights regarding raising issues before elected officials, some of which we may be heated and in disagreement with decisions by this body. However, when this discourse rises to the level of personal attacks on you, our elected officials, this raises our concern. This is especially so regarding Mr. Jackson's comment that the mayor was no more than a thug in a suit. This comment surpasses anything dignified regarding citizens' comments before this body or any body of elected officials. We, the NAACP, and many citizens of our community demand that our elected officials should be treated with civility and should not be subjected to personal ridicule and have to sit and tolerate it, nor should their family members. We thank you all for your service and know we stand for civil discourse, and we acknowledge you should not stay and subject yourselves to this type of personal barrage by anyone. In closing, we are hopeful that we can move beyond the past in terms of past uncivil discourse and move forward to an era of respectful discourse as we discuss the important issues and challenges of our great community. And I want to say thank you for this opportunity to say such to you all.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next is Fred Flowers. After that will be Norm Mears.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Fred Flowers. My office address is 1501 East Park Avenue here in Tallahassee. I've been practicing law all over this country for over 31 years, and never before have I felt compelled to come forward and voice my thoughts on the low level of civility, the absolute lack of civility shown by certain members of this community. And it's no secret the mayor and I were freshmen back at FSU way back in the 60s. So I'm aware of his military service as an officer in the Air Force. I'm aware of his service as a public service commissioner. And I'm aware of the fact that he's been twice elected by the citizens of this community to sit in the seat that he's now sitting in. And so on this question of lack of civility, I don't think that this started at the local level, but it's sort of filtered down like an infectious cancer that has affected the political discourse in this community. Do you remember when the president was giving his State of the Union address and a member of Congress had the audacity to call the President of the United States a liar? People of reason find this to be disrespectful and absolutely disgusting. You remember the news stories about the president being in the state of Arizona, and the governor of Arizona was so angry, her face was contorted, she had the audacity to point her finger in the face of the President of the United States. People of reason find that type of conduct disrespectful and absolutely disgusting. And so this type of attitude of disrespect has oozed its way down to local political discourse in the city of Tallahassee, where certain people come before this commission will make up the facts. We have no concern for the facts. We'll make innuendos against the mayor, against his family, and they are not held accountable. People of reason find that to be disrespectful and absolutely disgusting. Now, there's an unintended consequence of this type of political negative discourse that you may not have thought about, and I got this from a city staffer who says, well, what about economic venture capitalists who are looking into the city of Tallahassee as a possible location for investing their money? How do they read this? And so everybody has the First Amendment right to free speech, but they do not have the right to engage in character assassinations without being held accountable. He's about to drop the gavel on me. I do understand that. So this is a call to civility and a call to accountability for those people who have personal agendas against the mayor. And so everybody out there in the sound of my voice, I'm asking you to come forward and express your disagreement with this type of civil misconduct demonstrated over and over by certain factions of this community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Commissioner Bill Proctor. He'll be followed by Norm Mears.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. I come to you today to lift an issue which I support and seek the support of the Commission. I would like to see an investigation paid for by the City Commission, one which would help our community and this public to investigate the public health, safety, and welfare of citizens of Tallahassee. And I think that the black infant mortality rate has reached a state of proportion that we really need the city's help and involvement. And I would like to ask you for consideration of $1.4 million as an effort from the city to address what has come to beyond third world, so-called third world rates of black infant mortality right here in our city. The classic by Ralph Ellison, The Invisible Man, portrays the singular poignancy of being black and being omitted, neglected, and ignored, rejected. Last night, Leon County received its Board of County Commissions a report from the primary health, its primary health board, and actually it said nothing about this crisis, one which has been on the radar of the community for a long time. But the poignancy, again, of being singularly black is omitted and left out in such an important report. I would like for the city to consider, in addition to the rebates that you've given to utility corporations, businesses, millions of dollars back, that the city would think that this issue rises to the level consistent with a number of reports and people who were here this morning, earlier today, talking about health reports. You heard those things in this community as well. This initiative would take $1 million from the city to help stakeholders to address the problem, bolstered by $400,000, which I believe the city should transfer from the investigation of private citizens for $1.4 million. Secondly, tonight I asked the City Commission to eliminate or to abate the rent that is paid by NHS. I think they pay something, I believe, $3,000 a month. And if the city would allow for the NHS to occupy that old school building, Lincoln, that's been owned and operated and occupied for decades now, it's paid for, I think it would help them to address health in Frenchtown area. Then finally, commissioners and city staff, I would ask that you would please take seriously and come back with an initiative that you would join with our community in helping to investigate a very egregious problem, and that is the 18 deaths per 1,000 births of black infants. We need your help. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mears.
Next speaker.
I believe Mr. Mears may have left. The next speaker is Erwin Jackson.
I appreciate being put on the agenda tonight. Unfortunately, I wasn't given equal time to talk.
Give us your name and address, please.
Irwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. NAACP, just two quick comments. They talk about documentation. Go to irwinjackson.com. You'll have all the documentation you want on everything I've seen, said, including you can see the video of the mayor calling me a liar, then going outside and telling the reporter, oops, I misspoke. Why didn't he come in here and on TV say, oops, he just misspoke? This information came from the state attorney's office. This is a criminal file on this man who was hired by these folks, Jim English, to spy on my business. Surely when I heard NAACP was going to be here, they would speak out about spying on citizens. This is a criminal file that I received from the police department of Tallahassee. They were going to fire this man. He quit because of his numerous criminal violations. This is documentation. I'm not making this up. You couldn't make it up. Commissioner Gillum, and I wish he was here. I don't like talking about a person when he's not here, but the bottom line, he said on TV that this is just a feud between the mayor and I. This has nothing between the mayor and I. It has to be between the man who's sitting in the mayor's seat. And I can tell you that any person up here, if I had documentation that they were taking money, I would be up here speaking against them because I'm a taxpayer and there's too many people that's sitting back there and not speaking up here. This person is a criminal. I got a call from my attorney at break. What was organized here today was to take a legal issue, to come in here and have court. You commissioners, I think they call it taking away my due process. Your attorney's presenting information that was damning to me, and a lot was falsified. I wasn't given an opportunity, equal opportunity, to point out where his errors were made. And I believe that there's going to be a serious civil problem, and I'm going to get with the judge, and I'm certain we'll get it all worked out. You're not in a position to take this issue and present your side of the issue to the public who's watching and then say, oh, we'll give you 5 minutes. The only thing I've ever asked for is to give me the lockback that you took.
Excuse me, your time's expired.
In summary, my last comment, if you want this thing settled, fine. I want to support Nancy Miller. She had the right, commissioner, she had the right idea. I want to see a policy written which will put some kind of control on this man, our city attorney, from, we need a policy to prevent citizens being spied upon. Thank you very much. I don't want anyone to have to see this guy in the bushes again.
The next speaker is Curtis Baines. Mr. Baines will be followed by Kenneth Thurston.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Curtis Baines, 1323 East Tennessee Street. I had filled out 2 cards earlier, one for item 13.9 and the other unagenda to follow up after I heard what the attorney had to say. Excuse me. I think I'm satisfied with the majority of your comments up here, although I'm still not sure what the resolution of the issue was earlier. But what I hope we take away from this is that there's a higher cost involved anytime a question of spying on citizens is involved. It's higher than writing out a check to somebody to provide services. There's a higher cost involved. That's your time in these chambers. I still am concerned about a couple of things that are going to emanate from all of this publicity, warranted or unwarranted, and that is that there is a price to criticizing City Hall. I hope that does not occur. The other is I hope we haven't opened the door to another whole series of code violations. Because as other people are talking, if you're parking a commercial vehicle with your commercial sign on your residential property, you know, after hours, you're storing commercial property on your property. I hope that doesn't become a future code matter for the city or for the citizens for that matter. But I hope we can get that resolved, and I hope the takeaway from all this is that, you know, it's very sensitive issue and matter, even the suggestion of initiating these private investigations. And if I misstated the amounts involved earlier, I apologize for that. I was using the information that was available to me, and not to put the city attorney on the spot, but he has promised to answer the other questions that I have during the break. He told me he would get back with me on the questions I had. So thank you very much.
Kenneth Thurston, and after that will be Kevin Kulamai.
It's Kenneth Thurston, 4595 Berkeley Drive. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'll try to keep this civil. I came down here tonight to listen, not to speak. So I've just jotted down some notes, and I have not had a chance to edit or rewrite or rethink how I want to say this. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I am now one of your senior citizens and retired, and been that way for about 7.5 years. And I used to think one of the best things about being retired is that I now control my own calendar. The second best thing is that I now get to speak my mind. And it concerned me when I witnessed a good friend of mine have to endure having his business, his family, watched in a clandestine manner. I know Erwin Jackson. We've been friends for a number of years. Had you wanted to see his property, a simple phone call saying, we want to come out and take some pictures for the record, for the file, and he would have given you permission to do that. Nobody made that phone call. Instead, a private investigator was hired, spent good taxpayer dollars to send them out there and hide in the bushes and take pictures. As I listened to all of this, Mr. Ziffer, you finally came to the right conclusion for the group, and that is you're choking on a gnat. It's time to put that issue to bed. The problem is that because of the politics of personal destruction that we've been speaking about, it was okay to spend that money and choke on that gnat in order to choke Erwin Jackson at the same time. You ask yourself the question, who's really getting hurt? It's the taxpayer. It always comes down to the taxpayer. Whether Erwin's family is being, Dr. Jackson's family is being followed or not, they now have the fear that they are. And that is wrong. I heard all of you up here acknowledge or state that none of you gave the city attorney, assistant city attorney, permission to go do that. That means somebody needs to be fired, coached, counseled, or something, because that's either incompetent or just flat out wrong. This tactic is consistent with some of the other skirting of the law that may not be illegal but unethical behavior that just has to stop. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kevin Kulamai. He'll be followed by Carlos Ramirez, who will be the last speaker that I have a card for.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Manager. I was content to watch this proceeding. Name and address. I'm sorry, yes. Mayor. Kevin Kulamai, 2225 Amelia Circle. I was content to watch this meeting at home until Commissioner Gillum spoke, and I was very surprised and very disappointed. Whether I agree or disagree with any of the opinions expressed here, I have to agree that they need to be expressed, and that we have taken a seriously dangerous turn in our public discourse. And our discourse does not always have to be civil. Our history is replete with examples of very offensive speech, like burning the American flag. I don't happen to like that, but it's the law of the land. And if citizens feel compelled to make their point known in such dramatic ways, it might be because the people who are obligated as the persons who hold and exercise our collective sovereignty aren't listening. I hope that everyone is listening clearly now, regardless of how it started or what's going to happen next. We need to get busy and do something about it so we can have conversations like Cascades Park. Fantastic. It's taken so many years. I remember when we caught wind over and over in the neighborhood that the state was going to get the property from the city and turn it into a multi-level parking garage. That's how it all started. And then when we had to sell off parcels at Clayman Plaza, the citizens complained that we were losing that prime real estate to hold community events where people could come together. It was disappointing to me to read the coverage in the Democrat about how much we spent on investigative-related services and claims management services, which is a necessary expense of this government, for 1,300 claims, and yet we didn't have any money to support the people, 5,000 to 10,000 of them, who want to come together and celebrate St. Patrick's Day. What is our police budget for, if not to protect 7,000, 5,000, 10,000 citizens? I think we have an issue of proportionality, and I think it is terribly unfair to both the mayor and to Dr. Jackson. And I wish Commissioner Gillum was here because I'd like to tell him to his face. He earned a doctorate in psychology. He deserves to be publicly acknowledged as doctor. Regardless, this is a problem that we all have to work on because it's our community. And you guys sit in the very selfless position of being our public servants, but it's all of us. You guys represent all of us. And good or bad, we sink or swim together. I hope that we will start working together and do whatever we have to do to restore public confidence so we can see many more projects like Cascades Park and bring the dialogue up to a celebration of one of the greatest places on earth to live. Thank you.
Final speaker is Carlos Ramirez.
Good evening. My name is Carlos Ramirez at 4417 Westover Drive. May the grace and the peace of the Lord Jesus Christ be upon you and all of the people here tonight. Guys, really, things are going crazy, not just here locally, but nationwide. We have something called parentalrights.org, created by United Nations, signed by Bill Clinton, has not been ratified. If it's ratified, we will lose our parental rights. How you like that? But we don't get to talk more about that. We don't get to hear much about that. But then we have something here that's the county and the city are part of, guys. It's called United Nations Agenda 21, or ICLI, ECLI, they call it. And it's got to do with sustainable development. Under those terms, your property and your civil rights are being systematically eliminated. I urge you to go to Democrats Against UN Agenda 21.com and learn more about this. They actually did not even have to ask us about whether we wanted to be part of this or not. They just did. ECLI is to influence and change government policies to bring them into compliance with United Nations Agenda 21. Do we want to be part of the United Nations? No, we don't. But apparently some people here think we should. Recently, a bill was passed, H.R. 347. Our First Amendment is now dead. Did you hear about that one? NDAA. Obama signed it on December 31st. We can use now military force to arrest you just for being hostile against the government. Okay? There's another bill. It's called Enemy Expatriation Act. If it passes, they'll have the power to strip you of your citizenship. Okay? That's what's going on in Congress. It's got lots of crazy people that don't want to stand for the Constitution of this country, which turns me back to Agenda 21. You know, what are we standing for? For some guys in the United Nations, a global deal, global. 600 cities in this country are part of this deal. We actually pay a membership, 1,000 from the city, 1,000 from the county. They didn't ask us. Not that $2,000 is much, but hey, we could have used part of those $1,000 from the city and $1,000 from the county for whoever needed it out here that needs some help with paying their bill, maybe. But no, we cannot do that either. I think my time is running out, but seriously, guys, if we don't stand for the Constitution of this country, there's only one guy that's been doing it, has been addressing the problem with economics, military.
Excuse me, your time's expired.
His name is Ron Paul. There's evangelicals for Ron Paul, Democrats for Ron Paul, all kinds of people. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Sharing of ideas. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, just to very quickly, I know you want to leave, because there's one more part of this I do want to address. And I know that we do spend money, and it's a lot less than was reported in the paper today on private investigators, but I would like to know, outside of workers' comp, things like this, how much, what's the policy? Because I would like to know. I'm intrigued now, I mean, because the vision of private investigators and, you know, trench coats in Colombo or whatever sneaking around bothers me. It does. And so if you could provide a report to us, I'm not sure if the other commissioners are interested, but I'd sure like to know what the policy is and when we do that and how often we do it and how much we spend on outside of those workers' comp issues. Thank you.
Welcome.
I think if he provides it to you, he'll provide it to all of us.
Great.
We want to see it. All right, if there's nothing further, we stand adjourned.
Hi, I'm Bill Behenna with the City of Tallahassee's Department of Communications. Have you ever wondered how to apply for a job with the city? It's really quite easy. All you have